Hey, how are you? Both of us. Dive in? That's fantastic. Alrighty. Good morning, all. I'm told I don't need to turn the mic on, which is a good thing, right? Good morning, all. I'm Bill Gustafson. I'm the Associate Dean here at the Mannes School of Music here at the New School. It is my great pleasure to offer some welcoming remarks and opening remarks on behalf of the Mannes School of Music, the New School. Richard Kessler, our Executive Dean and Dean of Mannes, is at a university a little bit south of us doing a program review. And I got a laugh from someone, right? But that's the real thing. So he wishes he could be here, but he asked me to step in and just offer a brief welcome, and it's really a pleasure to do so. I wrote down just a few things, but I promise that's not a reflection of the length of my comments, but more on my middle-aged eyesight. So just kind of bear with me. Looking at the program, what an incredible day, lineup of speakers and topics. The program this evening looks just incredible. And it got me thinking about just a couple of points. I'd like to believe that the spirit of Julia Perry, the human, her music, would be at home here at the New School today. You think about the level of innovation, pushing at compositional forms, tonality, that spirit lives very much here at Mannes and the New School. And I think that carries on in the faculty who are here today doing it. You think about folks like Nina Shankar or Valerie Coleman, Huang Ro, Kamala Sakram. Our comp faculty really does just support our students in becoming the artists they really can be in the year 2024 and beyond. So I think I'd like to think that there is some great synergy out there in the universe in having this take place here at Mannes today. The second point that comes to mind really does center on supporting artists. I know I have a room full of folks who are in a similar situation. We completed, just over 700 auditions last week in this room and throughout Arnhold Hall. And it just occurs to me how critically important it is as a reminder to support these developing artists, the dreams that they have, the adversity that Perry must have experienced. And just because the passage of time happens, it doesn't mean we can take our foot off the gas pedal for one moment in terms of recruiting and supporting students into our music schools. I just think there's a great synergy along those lines and in the timing of having this celebration here this week. So the final moment here, I'd like just to say a few words about our co-directors here. This is the part of the program where the humble bragging does kick in, because James Blatchley is a graduate of both Mannes Prep and the Mannes School of Music, so it's wonderful to have Mannes well represented, but also to have Dr. Toppin as a current faculty at the University of Michigan, my alma mater, having only recently paid off my student loans, but yes, it's well worth the investment. It got me thinking about my time at the University of Michigan. Folks sadly, most of you have experienced this, some of the faculty that were so important to us are no longer with us, but some, still are legends. George Shirley, who was so gracious on my doctoral committee, Willis Patterson, who seemed to come to everything. Good Lord, at 90, good Lord, that's not an exaggeration. My earlier point about how critically important it is to support and try to get students into the schools, especially those that it may not be the easiest or straightest line, and we have that great duty to be able to step in and try to help make that happen. So I promise to be brief. The day just looks exceptional. The concert tonight looks extraordinary. I'd like to welcome our co-directors, James Blatchley and Louise Toppin, to the stage.
Thank you so much. Is this on? Oh, thank you so much for coming this morning and being here. We are excited to start day 2 of this wonderful festival. Just very quickly want to tell you the origin of the festival, and many of the people, it's not just myself and James that came up with this idea. It is actually many of you in the room on top of it, and the lineup of speakers that you're going to hear today, they were all instrumental in that. And our third partner actually is Christopher Wilkins, who you'll hear later today, from the music director for Akron Symphony and Boston Landmark. many years ago, I kept hearing people, James and I were talking, and then Christopher and James and I were talking, and then I heard from Tad, and I heard from Angela, and I was hearing from different people about Julia Perry, but there wasn't an initiative or a wide-scale push for her music to come back into the canon as it should be, or have the place that we felt that it should. And so we started talking about, can we celebrate her centennial? That was 2 years ago. I think it was about 2 years ago that we started all of this. And since then, this is the result, and you're a part of this push that we hope will take her back to a place of recognition, but she is a person, as those that were there last night heard, her vocal music has a tonality and lyricism. Her dissonance is, her counterpoint, her dissonance, they're there, but they are so special and so well crafted. It's not just dissonance for the sake of dissonance. It is, she has a musical language that is eclectic and expansive. And so we're looking forward to hearing all the papers, because all of the people we were talking to were coming at Julia Perry from a different angle, and that to me was the most exciting, is hearing one person wanted to talk about the Stabat Mater, somebody else was talking about Akron or Kentucky or specific parts of her life. And so we feel like all together, we're beginning to tell a more complete story of who Julia Perry is. I will also say that because of this team, we've been able to do some work to figure out how to begin to get Julia Perry's works back in circulation, how to get new works published, but it is a team effort. We're a big team. But I'm so grateful to those of our team. Most of them are here on the ground this week. Only Michael Harper, who is in England, is not here with us physically. But I hope if he's able to watch the live stream, I know he will appreciate it. And he had a wonderful festival last week in Manchester that I was there for that week. And it was a great introduction to those in Manchester with the works that are better known by Julia Perry. This week, our focus is on the works that are not well known, and including doing some premieres. So we're very excited about that. James will tell you how to access the program schedule, but just quickly, I wanted to say we do, our first adjustment is going to be that our keynote is not going to be Tammy Kernodle, unfortunately. She's ill. Has no voice. I tried everything. I said, can we Zoom you in and let you talk? And she said, I have no voice. So that's not going to happen, but I am so grateful that this team is so deep with knowledge that Angela Hammond, who is going to talk this afternoon about Kentucky, which is the roots for Julia Perry, is going to speak this morning. So it actually sets it up quite well to start with where the Perry family came from as they move into Akron, and chronologically we'll get a lot more of the depth of Julia Perry, but Tammy sends her regrets. So that will be from 10 to 11, and then at 11:15, we have Gayle Murchison that is talking about Unto the Generations, Julia Perry as a modernist. Samantha Ege will be talking about the piano concerto, which she has been focusing on. And Philip Ewell will talk about, was Julia Perry exceptional? So we look forward to hearing, is she exceptional? Then you have a long lunch break from 12:15 to, well, that's not long, 12:15 to 2. I just realized that's an hour. But that's time for you to have a break, talk about Julia Perry. And at 2 o'clock, we have our second keynote presentation, which is Christopher Wilkins talking about her from Akron, as well as I will join him and we'll talk about the publication of her works. And then we have at 3:30 to 4:15, Julia Perry in New York. And then we have Tad Biggs talking about 4:30 to 5:30, a sociological metabolic reading of Julia Perry's Stabat Mater, joined by Sasha Doster, who's from Columbia, doing Julia Perry in context. And that was really important to me, to have two students. Tad is at St. Louis, Washington University in St. Louis, and Sasha is here at Columbia. So it's wonderful to have these two students adding new research as well to the topic. I will turn it over to James to tell us more about the festival, and then I'll introduce Angela.
Wonderful. Thank you, and welcome all of you in person, and welcome to all of you out there watching on the live stream. We are so glad you're with us, and the main thing I want to emphasize is that this is a celebration. To be all here together, this gathering of people who believe in the importance of Julia Perry, to be physically in the same place is such a joy. We opened the festival last night with a concert at Le Poisson Rouge downtown in Manhattan, and it was a great atmosphere, and we raised a glass to Julia Perry. We tried to debate, when should we toast Julia Perry's birthday, and I think we decided at every event. So you can raise a coffee cup to Julia Perry this morning. We have coffee in the other room. We also have CDs for all of you to thank you for coming. You can pay anything or nothing at all. We just want you to have a CD that just came out that my orchestra, Experiential Orchestra, just created called American Counterpoints in collaboration with my wonderful colleague Curtis Stewart. And this focuses on the violin concerto. So we want to make sure you all go home with this recording. And there's a wonderful biographical note by Dr. Fredera Hadley, who teaches at Juilliard, and she'll also be helping with a side-by-side we have on Friday with students from 3 conservatories, including this one, joining the professional orchestra, Experiential Orchestra. But this festival, I just want to take a step back and go in my order of remarks. We want to thank the New School for hosting us today. It is extraordinarily gracious and bold to agree to host a festival about a composer about whom very few people know anything. And most of them are here in this room right now. And the questions I got when we were trying to gin up interest in this festival, the first was, who is she? And the second is, but is there enough music to fill a festival? Don't you want to bring in a bunch of other composers to get people in the door? And we said, no, thank you. There's plenty of music. And once you know about Julia Perry, you will be very interested indeed. And so we are here to gather interest and expand the number of people who are fascinated by and believe in the importance of Julia Perry. So this is the first gathering in the United States to celebrate Perry. It won't be the last. And we hope that you will go out and continue gathering momentum. We want to thank, all right. We especially want to thank Executive Dean Richard Kessler for when we called him up, he immediately said, yes, we want to have this at the New School, and what do you need? So thank you so much, Dean Kessler. I also want to thank the leadership team. The effort to put together this festival has been extraordinary, and thankfully it's been divided among a wonderful team. So in addition to Louise and myself, I want to thank Christina Jensen, who has really helped to organize the festival, Raphael de Bois-Blanc, who's been extraordinary, and my great colleague at Experiential Orchestra, Pauline Kim Harris. So they aren't here with us in person, but can we give them a huge round of applause? So coffee, CDs, covered that. I wanted to also, the other question I got in addition to who is she and is there enough music, this coming from somebody, I will not name them, but very, very high up in the food chain of classical music in the United States. When I spoke to them about Julia Perry, the question was, yes, I know about Julia Perry, but is her music any good? And followed up by, is it really good? Meaning, is it worth our attention as a country? And so I think that, to me, is the other motivating force personally for this festival, is to say, yes, unequivocally, yes, her music is really good. It's inspiring. And I've worked on about 15 pieces of Perry's so far. We know that she composed over 100. About half of those are lost. 13 were published in her lifetime or shortly thereafter. So that leaves a delta of, 37 works that are unpublished but known to exist. And I want to take it back for me personally, the journey with Julia Perry started when I was at Oberlin. Wendell Logan was a huge inspiration for me in expanding my understanding of the world in general, starting with music, but really going out from there. Because of his mentorship and inspiration, when Helen Walker Hill's incredible book, From Spirituals to Symphonies, came out in 2007, I bought a copy immediately, and many of you in this room know the integrity of her scholarship, and the chapter on Julia Perry was extraordinary, and it raised so many questions to me in 2007. First of all was, where is this music? We have this list of works that goes on for pages and pages, and yet we know only a dozen pieces. So it begged the question, where is the rest of her music? And that journey is one that I think we're all on together. And thankfully, this year and the past few years, we've unearthed and been introduced to a number of extraordinary pieces that until recently have never been heard because she never had them performed in her lifetime. And many of them are on this festival. So we also want to thank, for their great partnership, the estate of Julia Perry, which was set up in order to allow interested musicians like ourselves to perform her music and get interest going for her music. So a great thank you to Kevin Davis and Corey Field for their shepherding of her estate and allowing us to perform her music legally and with the appropriate licensing fees going to her heirs. So thank you to the estate of Julia Perry. So I'll close by saying, as you listen to all the music this evening and on Saturday and on the recording and in your own work, I think there's several things about Perry's music that we can say with certainty. The first is that it always has integrity. Her music is always so clear and strong. The second is her strength. When I perform her music, when I hear her music, my back gets straighter. I feel inspired to be a stronger human being, to know what she went through and overcame and continued to compose despite the adversity she faced on so many levels, especially the health at the end of her life. And there are pieces we'll perform tonight where she had never had a performance of some of these works, and yet she went back and revised the works extensively just years before she died, when she had no prospects of any of her music being performed. When all the doors in the world were closed to her, she continued to compose because she knew the quality and importance of her music, even when the world did not. So strength. And then finally, compositional craft. It's just extraordinary. I hope that theorists over the next century are studying Julia Perry's compositional craft and holding it up as a model for what we can do in this country when given a chance. So, Louise, you're welcome. So thank you again for being here, celebrating Perry.
And I want to add two thank yous, which are to all of the presenters who took the time to come and be here as a part of this festival, because this would not have happened without this team coming on the ground. And also the performers. We had Laquita Mitchell last night, and we were able to get Will Liverman cleared from the Met. He's there for production, and he's going to come and sing The Contrast tonight. And Donnie Ray Albert flew in mid-production to come and premiere Quinary Quixotic song. So this has been important to the musicians as well. And I think you said we have 100 musicians that are coming and participating in this festival. So imagine, it sounds like a small number, but 100 is quite an impact in terms of those musicians who have never heard Julia Perry's music. He said on Saturday alone, we have 160 performing, so at Alice Tully Hall. So we also wanted to make sure that you knew, and because we're not printing programs, please go to juliaperryfestival.com if you want to look on your phone at any point to see what the schedule is for the day, or the paper titles and things like that. So I want to get to our keynote speaker today. Angela Hammond has been an important part of our group and was the person who was doing the genealogy work and looking at the records of who the Perry family are and who they were. And so we were so honored to have her. She has a PhD in musicology from University of Kentucky, and she's still in Kentucky and has been working on Julia Perry for I don't know how many years. It's been a while. Since 1997. So this was the person that yeah, she was telling me about boxes of things that she has at the house and manuscripts she's found. So she's a wealth of knowledge about the foundation of Julia Perry. So we're looking forward to welcoming her, and I'll let her tell you about herself in her own way. But thank you so much, Angela, for stepping up this morning. Thank you. Please welcome Angela Hammond.
I didn't prepare anything, but I'm here to just talk to you a little bit about the lineage with Julia Perry's work. And it sort of comes out of humble means, but I think that fate may have had a small part in it. As a master's student, I attended a conference held by the College Music Society called Women in Music, a Celebration of the Last 100 Years. And when I returned from the conference, I said, well, I don't know what to write my thesis about. I have no idea. But this concert was great, and I got to meet Joan Tower and Jennifer Higdon, and it was so much fun. And so my professor said, well, why don't you write about one of the women composers? He goes, that's popular right now. And it was. So I went to the library, and you know, again, this is pre-Dr. Google, even pre-Northern Lights. And do you remember that search engine? Anyway, the librarian helped me, and what I came across was Dr. Mildred Denby Green's book, Black Women Composers, A Genesis. And in terms of Julia Perry, that really was the genesis. It was the beginning. So I called Dr. Green. And we talked about Julia Perry, and she told me some of the challenges that she ran into. She said, but maybe you'll find out more than me. She says, I heard a woman named Helen Walker Hill is working on her. Do you have her number? So I said, no. So I called Helen. And the next thing I know, Helen and I are conversing back and forth. And we had a marvelous time. And she mentioned that Michelle Edwards was also doing work at the same time. So we're a very small group of people. But I lived in Alabama, very near Fisk University, and we knew that some of the original manuscripts were there. And Helen was in Wyoming at the time. And so we had a symbiotic relationship. I'd go to Fisk and get information and send it to Helen. Helen would send information to me. And over time, we became friends. I did finally finish a master's thesis. It wasn't particularly good, but it was on the information that we had at the time. And so Helen and I, even after that, we began to be friends, and we were like, do you think Julia Perry's was a spy? She worked for the U.S. Information Service, so I wrote to the U.S. Information Service, who said they had no record of her. So it was like, see, she was a spy. And it may be true, I don't know. It was in the Cold War, 1950s. She's in Italy, you know, after the Mussolini thing. But Helen and I began to talk. And so I told her, I said, well, I'm moving to Kentucky to do my PhD. She says, well, see what records are there. So my first week, in between all the orientations for graduate students, I went to the basement of special collections. And I opened up Kentucky Vital Records, and I realized that Julia Perry wasn't born in 1927, it was 1924. So I called Helen immediately. Helen, the tombstone's wrong. And I was so proud to be cited in a footnote in her forthcoming book. I had arrived. And that was the end of Perry for me for a little while, but she kept popping up. and popping up and popping up. And then I got a call from Kathy Bullock who said, hey, Michael Harper would like to know, do you know where the family's buried? I said, sure, I'll take you to the cemetery. So we went to the cemetery. And so I knew I had my ducks in a row. I went to the cemetery before they got there. And I started hunting around in the mud. And then I stood, the NAACP had finally put a plaque where Julia's grandfather is buried. And I stood there for just a minute, and I looked at the conditions of the tombstones. They were crumbled to the ground, as they remain today. Her sister, the concert pianist, is buried there somewhere with no marker at all now. The cemetery's been vandalized a number of times. And I felt this thing come over me that says, Angela, you're just going to have to do something. And so this is my little part. My little part today is about her life in Kentucky and the transition to Ohio. And I hope you'll bear with me. It's going to feel like a very long genealogical thing, and it will be. But the forthcoming PDF will have an actual genealogy for you. And even in the last month, we've discovered new things about the Perry family. So just please bear with me. Yeah, I don't like this thing in front of me. I know. Would it be easier to be on a? Can she be on the stand? I can read from the stand, but then I'm way off. Yeah, let's not. Just come over to here too. Here we go. I never could lecture at a lectern anyway. Turn it this way. Is that okay? Yeah. All right. Cool. So, James, I really appreciate you. It's a perfect segue into this. We come together today not just to celebrate the composer Julia Perry's centennial and hear some of her works that have now cleared copyright. As a group, we are here weaving together our collective efforts, creating a contexture representing a more complete biographical study of Julia Perry's life, and more importantly, expanding interpretations of meaning and expression within her compositions. For my part, I will address the Perry family history and her first 8 years of life in central Kentucky. More specifically, I hope to shine a light on the mighty ancestral tree that in no small form must have affected her beliefs, values, sense of self, and creative expression. Julia Perry's roots extend far beyond enslaved persons in Kentucky and Virginia. However, it's where we must start in order to understand her family narrative and familial consciousness. Julia's mother's line hails from Tazewell County, Virginia, an Appalachian mountain region known for its coal, very near the border with West Virginia. During her mother's childhood, coal was mined and shipped out by rail by coal companies owned by Northern industrialists. On this side of her family, we know that her great-grandparents were enslaved persons. We do not know if her grandfather was enslaved, since he was born just prior to emancipation. America Lois Heath Perry, Julia's mother, bears the name of her great-grandmother, America Davis, who was indeed a slave. Julia's grandmother, Mary Davis, was born just after emancipation. She married James Heath, Julia's grandfather, but there's scant evidence about James at this time. Some documents list Julia's grandfather, James, as a farmer, while others show he worked at the coal tipple, both of which make sense given the region. Julia's grandmother, Mary, passed away in 1928 and is buried in Pocahontas, Virginia. And even in the last few weeks, we've discovered that her brother Julian is actually buried in Akron. He died in Akron in 1948. We have no information on James's death or burial. On Julia's father's line, we can document as far back as her great-great-grandfather. His name was Charles Colston. He was an enslaved person and horse trainer for Lord Alexander, who immigrated from Scotland to Woodford County, Kentucky in the late 18th century and brought with him his thoroughbred horses. Lord Alexander owned a large portion of Woodford County, at one point up to 6,000 acres, near the town of Midway, a township midway between Lexington and Frankfort. He named the farm Woodburn, and to this day, it is a working farm of great historical importance to horse racing. Charles Colston was legendary within the black community of Midway for training horses and for having threatened to run Lord Alexander's carriage off a cliff. The local black-owned paper, The Clipper, published the story on January 9th, 1880, recalling the details. 1 week later, on January 16th, the paper issued corrections. And that lends credibility to the narrative. According to the Clipper, Colston made the offhanded remark to the house girl who reported it to the master. To punish Colston, the master decided that he would be sold to a southern slave trader. And it's interesting to note that he did not face hanging or whipping. This may be because he was highly regarded, or as the story states, he was already in his 60s, an old man by the standard of the day. Colston discovered his impending sale and fled to the adjacent Nantura farm, and by the way, that farm exists today, where he found shelter in an old, hollowed-out, 12-foot diameter sycamore tree. He was apprehended and sold. Upon reaching his new location, Colston knocked the overseer in the head with a hoe and escaped back to Kentucky. He then lived in the old tree for another 7 years before he was recaptured and sold again. It is unclear whether Julia's paternal grandfather, Abe Perry Sr., Charles's grandson, was born free or if he was enslaved. At this time, no evidence exists to support either condition. He was born somewhere between the late 1840s or mid-1850s. Carter G. Woodson's Free Negro Heads of Families in the United States in 1830 listed one free male person by the name of Perry within the list of free people in Woodford County. So it is plausible that he was born free. Thoroughbred racing publications, on the other hand, show Perry trained racehorses for General Buford. The Buford family owned the Rose Hill Plantation in Woodford County, where 3 important Civil War persons were born: Napoleon Bonaparte Buford, General John Buford, and that is the John Buford from the Battle of Gettysburg, played by Sam Elliott in the film, and Brigadier General Abraham Buford II, who fought for the Confederacy. The Bufords, regardless of military service or political alliance, owned slaves. And the name Abraham offers an intriguing possibility regarding Abraham Perry's lineage. Perry's upbringing might also suggest that he grew up on the farm where his grandfather was enslaved. For the Alexanders devoted a significant portion of the farm to breeding and developing thoroughbreds and trotters, and that was the skill set for which Abe Perry Sr. was renowned. The Nantura farm, where Abe hid in the tree, still borders the Woodburn farm today, and both remain significant in thoroughbred racing. In fact, today, Airdrie Stud, the most famous stud farm in the world, is located on the Woodburn farm. Slavery was a significant cause of cognitive dissonance for persons of color, whether they were born free or enslaved. For cognitive dissonance exists in declaring human rights while denying rights to others. There is cognitive dissonance in justifying brutality against people of African descent by denying that they are human, especially when biblical stories are used to rationalize it. And there is cognitive dissonance in making rich persons who enslaved one's ancestors more wealthy. Again, much of the Perry story began in Woodford County, Kentucky, an area firmly exemplifying this cognitive dissonance. The citizens were mostly Union supporters. However, some sympathized with the Confederacy, and as mentioned, some families had split allegiances. A few thoroughbred farm owners freed their top trainers. Abe Perry would have witnessed wealthy farm owners who were Union supporters or even part of the Union military owning slaves. He also would have seen black Union troops guard the townspeople of Midway against Confederate guerrillas who burned their depot to the ground and robbed the citizens. But he also would have seen the townspeople getting into race-based skirmishes with those same troops there to protect them. He witnessed wealthy farm owners protecting their slaves and free trainers, as well as posses and Union soldiers tracking down marauding Confederates who stole valuable horses, which were the most valuable assets on the farms. When the Confederates invaded Woodburn Farm, still owned by the Alexander family that once owned Abe's grandfather, they stole prized racehorses. Union forces chased down the Confederates not to punish them, but to negotiate the return of the Alexander horses. Regardless of their loyalties during the war, wealthy farm owners continued to negotiate with each other to create winning racehorses. To recap, less than 2 decades after emancipation in Kentucky, Abe Perry was training winning thoroughbreds for the family that owned his grandfather, as well as a Confederate brigadier general who fought against emancipation for Abe's people. In order to understand Abe Perry's special talents, one must understand the importance of horse breeding, training, and racing in Kentucky. 3 Arabian stallions and mares of Asian, North African, and Irish stock are the ancestors of all thoroughbred horses. Breeders have bred them with intention and have kept stud books since the origins of the breed. Each horse is bred to possess certain qualities based on their physical attributes, temperament, and speed. In Abe's time, people considered them to be athletes of elite caliber. People still regard them the same way today. And they may be described as temperamental speeding locomotives on glass wheels. There are very specialized personnel who breed, handle, train, and race thoroughbreds. Abe Perry's remarkable skill sets were in utilizing his knowledge of traits and lineage, keen observational skills, and the experimentation and development of his own special techniques to train them, much like Julia had her own special techniques in her craft. The 19th century horse racing world recognized Abe Perry for his notable achievements. As a trainer and horse owner, he traveled from the deep south to the northeast and midwest, winning many major stakes races. This is very unusual for the time in which he lived. Industry publications and newspapers from far and wide document that Abe Perry traveled with the horses and had connections to wealthy political figures, farms, and horse racing elites throughout the country. Perry trained General Abraham Buford's McWhirter in 1872, who won the Ohio Derby, the Clark Stakes, and other important races before the horse's injury. The story of McWhirter and the remarkable Abe Perry appeared in newspapers from St. Louis, Missouri to Opelousas, Louisiana. The aforementioned Brigadier General Abraham Buford was a violent and contentious man, yet it was Abe Perry who he trusted to train his horses. Abe also trained horses for J.T. Williams, but he canceled his contract with him in 1879, showing that he had the power to do so without severe repercussions. Instead, he trained the horse Volturno for Powers & Son, who won 5 of 6 starts as a 2-year-old. In 1881, the Chicago Tribune reported that Perry and Odin Bowie, the ex-governor of Maryland, who once owned nearly 100 slaves, had signed a contractual agreement. The same article states that Perry had been the trainer for Leonard Jerome's stable, who had built Jerome Park Racecourse in New York. In 1882, the Baltimore Sun described Perry as a trainer of excellent repute. In 1884, the Louisville Courier-Journal reported Perry owned and trained the horse Long Night, and that he had ridden the famous racehorses Tenbrook and Billy Walker. The article acknowledges Perry that he was a thoroughbred racehorse owner as well as the well-known trainer without racializing him as colored for the first time. The biggest win for Perry, however, would be the Kentucky Derby with the horse Joe Cotton in 1885, a horse that also won the Tennessee Derby and Coney Island Derby, along with other major races throughout the country. Perry was a prime example of black excellence for his time. He thrived despite his conditions. He lived in a world where he and wealthy white men profited from selecting, training, and racing thoroughbreds, but the relationship was far from equal in every way. Perry traveled with the horses, not in first class on the train. He stayed with the horses in the stables, not in luxurious accommodations. He could not celebrate victories in the clubhouses. Instead, he celebrated in the stables, and sometimes just a little too much. The pressure must have been tremendous. Therefore, it is understandable that Perry drank too much on occasion, and he carried a gun, since he was there to protect horses from thieves. You got to think, these were more valuable than the humans, the houses, and everything on these farms, and they are today. Kentucky papers document a few instances of his arrest for drunkenness and for possessing a gun. Despite being fined, he skipped his court appearances and avoided jail time. This may be because of having served of powerful white men who thought it prudent that he is available to help them win more money. Perry's earnings from racing afforded him a standard of living set of privileges far above those of the freedmen community in Kentucky. Yet he experienced the double-edged sword of black excellence by almost always being racialized or by representing his color, thus being relegated to the margins and kept in his place. For example, his obituary states, quote, he is one of the most successful racehorse trainers in Kentucky, as well as one of the most substantial Negro citizens of Lexington, unquote. Black excellence became the standard for the Perry family narrative into which Julia Perry was born, and all the cognitive dissonance Abe experienced would carry on throughout all the Perry's endeavors and well into Julia Perry's life and musical endeavors in the form of racism and segregation, and we might also add to that gender. On Julia Perry's father's line, there are 3 important women to note. Her great-grandmother, Amanda Lucetta, or Lucretia, depending on which document you're looking at, Clark Taylor. Her grandmother, Clara Taylor. Her great-aunt, Rhoda Taylor, and her aunt, Lucy Taylor. Amanda Taylor was born enslaved and had been owned by the prominent Wycliffes and Berryman families. It is difficult to trace her lineage because, according to the slave schedules of Fayette County, Kentucky in 1860, the Clarks, Taylors, Wycliffes, and Berrymans owned many enslaved persons. Interestingly, Amanda Taylor bought and sold properties in the freedmen's areas of Lexington, as evidenced by the recording of deeds and mortgages. The census of 1880 shows that she was a housekeeper, a widow, and that of her 4 children, the school-age children attended school. Her male children eventually became educators, and by the way, they were connected to Oberlin College, and were part of black public education in Lexington for many years. And her daughter Rhoda received musical training and became a socialite in the black community of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Amanda Taylor's son, Lee, has the middle name of Wycliffe, even though he was born after emancipation. And the Wycliffe name would be passed down through the generations. When Amanda died, her obituary said of the Berrymans and Wycliffes that she held them in highest regard. Like Julia's grandfather, her grandmother Clara Taylor was born just prior to emancipation, and as it is with her husband, it is not clear if she was born free or enslaved. She married Abe Perry in 1880, but she owned property before their marriage, as evidenced by deed transfers in Fayette County. In fact, between the two of them, Clara and her mother Amanda owned at least 4 verifiable properties, 2 on Canal Street and 2 on Vertner, although there may be more. And I'm just now going through the deeds and mortgages. After marriage, Abe moved in with his mother-in-law, who was head of his household. When he married Clara in 1880, and he remained in her house, Clara's properties were in her own name. She also actively took part in charitable organizations, church events, and social events throughout Fayette County. Clara and Abe had 2 children, Abe Murphy Perry and Lucy Perry. Abe Jr.'s middle name was that of the famous black jockey Isaac Murphy, who rode atop some of the horses Abe trained. And if you come to Lexington, you'll see statues all over downtown after Isaac Murphy. He's a big deal in Lexington. Clara and Abe ensured the children received a good education, which included music. Abe Jr. entertained audiences by frequently performing on the piano for class performances and district graduations, as well as by acting in church productions. Throughout his adult life in Lexington, Abe Perry Jr. performed on the piano and organ and even acted in the operetta Cinderella with Lucy, Julia's sister. Abe's sister, Julia's aunt Lucy, performed on the piano as a student at the Chandler Normal School, and she later attended Fisk University. As an adult, Lucy Perry Taylor performed socially and organized arts and literary events in the Dayton, Ohio area. Julia's parents, Abe Perry Jr., or Dr. Abe Perry, and America Lois Heath married in 1915. Their marriage license lists his occupation as a doctor and hers as a nurse. We know from her obituary that she attended Morristown College, an Appalachian American Missionary Association institution in Tennessee. Abe's exact medical training is unknown, for many medical colleges for African Americans were not open very long in Kentucky and Tennessee, and records are sparse at best. After they were married, they moved into the home at 216 Vertner Avenue with Clara Perry. There, the Perry's 6 children were born. First, Clara Mary was born in 1916 and named for both of her grandmothers, Clara for Clara Perry and Mary for Mary Davis. Heath. Second, Abraham Heath, the only male child who passed in the Perry family, who passed due to prematurity, and he was born in very early 1919 and named for his grandfather and maternal family's last name. Third child was America Lois, who was born at the very tip end of 1919, and she was named after her mother. Lucy Ella is the fourth child. She was born in 1921. She was named for her aunts. Ella is a family name, and Lucy was the name of Abe's sister. Julia, of course, we know, was born in 1924 and was named after her great-grandmother. Her middle name is Amanda, same as Amanda Taylor. And last, Alice Ludy. When she moves to Ohio, we know her as Alicia, but on the census records leading up to their move, she's Alice. All the children except Alicia would have heard the stories told by their grandmother Clara and would have interacted with their aunts. They would have understood from whence they came by their very names, further ingraining their family narrative into their very existence. Black excellence continued to be part of the family's consciousness within Julia's immediate family in Lexington. Dr. Abe Perry became Lexington's first African-American city physician in 1918, and he was heavily involved in the local Republican Party. Later, as an independent, he ran for 4th District Magistrate against a well-established white incumbent, even after facing threats from the KKK for trying to run as a Republican. He didn't win that election, but he would go on to serve as a delegate to the state Republican convention on multiple occasions. Some sources indicate that he had a close relationship with Governor Edwin Porchmorrow, the Republican governor of Kentucky from 1919 till 1923. America Perry's political involvement primarily is tied to the school. She served as the president of the Parent-Teacher Association for the Constitution Street School and was also involved in many charitable organizations with her husband and her daughters. Clara, Lucy, and America were always on the honor roll at their schools, and they gave vocal, piano, and violin performances in their community, sometimes performing together. Regarding Julia's early life in Lexington, very little of her is documented in print. Although colored news notes within the Lexington Herald Leader reveal she and her father licensed pointer puppies. She received awards for dolls at the fair and achieved first grade honor roll status. The family faced many challenges throughout their history in Kentucky. These include the Civil War, enslavement, cholera epidemics, World War I, Spanish flu, Prohibition, the resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan, the Great Depression, and of course, segregation, if that were not enough. Yet they thrived. There was a highly publicized attempt to murder Dr. Perry. The KKK sent warning letters to black voters against voting for Perry in favor of the incumbent Republican. Dr. Perry received fines for carrying a gun, disturbing the peace, and writing too many prescriptions for liquor during Prohibition. Let's look at that differently. He made house calls at night. He likely resisted racial targeting, and he probably wrote prescriptions to protect members of his community. Contrary to published accounts, the Perry family moved from Lexington in 1932, first to Barberton, Ohio, and within a couple of years into Akron proper. 3 things appear to have contributed to this move. First, Clara Perry died intestate in 1929. Now, she sold the 216 Vertner property to Dr. Perry for a reduced price just prior to her death. Her other properties had to be sold to settle her taxes and debts, with her surviving family members splitting the remaining funds among themselves. Given the pressures of the Depression, Abe sued to force a family member to sell one of Clara's properties, causing a rift in the family. Second, America Perry was looking for better educational opportunities for her children. And I'll follow that up since I've written this. She had actually gone up to Mays Lick, Kentucky, where a brand new school had been built and toured the area to decide if the family would move to Mays Lick, Kentucky. But ultimately, they decided not to. Third, despite the proceeds from settling Clara's properties and the sale of another property that Abe and America owned, Dr. Perry was in debt. Multiple parties sued him, including an individual to whom he owed a debt, the Prudential Insurance Company, and the Louisville Title Company. Because of his indebtedness, the Master Commissioner sold the 216 Vertner home through a public auction. And that was in 1931. Within 2 years of moving to Ohio, the family bounced back. They resumed their political engagement. The girls began performing again. Dr. Perry assumed his role as a prominent physician within the Black community, and the Perry daughters received many more educational opportunities. Julia Perry's family narrative and familial consciousness lends to a new understanding of her and her compositions. She continued the legacy of Black excellence in her family. Because of this, Julia felt motivated to succeed and projected confidence, but one could almost sense the pressure she put on herself as she coped with her debilitating condition. One can observe the tone of expectancy juxtaposed with frustration in her letters, especially to those within the African American arts communities after her health crisis. In her music, one can hear the reverence with which she approached her usage of spirituals, given her family's history of enslavement, as well as the fury of the speeding horse pounding the turf and the suspension of forward momentum when the race is over within her usage of time and tempo in her musical expression. We're also delighted with the playfulness and humor found in some of her compositions, reminiscent of that little girl in Lexington showing off her dolls. Just like her enslaved great-grandfather, she defied oppression and remained resilient in difficult times. Like her grandfather, she mitigated a world where she was recognized for her talents, but relegated to the periphery because of her race and gender. She fought hard to overcome the physical condition that would eventually take her life, but remained confident that she and her compositions were worthy. Together, we are gathered here to boldly state, yes, Julia, you are worthy indeed.
I was going to say thank you so much for that beautiful start to our understanding of Julia Perry and her family in Kentucky. That's a very important foundation. We have a few minutes for questions, and so if anyone wants to ask any questions, please let me know.
Just want to say, Angela, your research of primary documents and historical records looking at mortgages and probate county kinds of records and stuff has just been extraordinary and is a key part of what I'm going to say this afternoon. But in looking for all these original documents, have you ever come across photographs of the girls or the Perry family in those? Yep.
In Lexington, the Black-owned newspaper, The Standard, there only exists 2 years in archives, 1900 and 1911. And so it's too early. But I've gone through all the documents and special collections, historical societies, everything with regard to the Constitution School and the Russell School. I cannot find a single picture. Those documents start in the 1950s, so it's after they've left. My primary source is the story. A lot of it has to be told through what's called the colored news notes within the Lexington Herald Leader and Morning Leader. I would love to get further into the Lexington Standard. There were actually 6 Black-owned newspapers, and they are not collected. They are not collected. The Clipper in Midway is better collected. In fact, that story I read to you was actually documented in a newspaper in Alabama, which is probably where he was sold to. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
All right.
Schools, yearbooks.
Went through it all. They don't really have the yearbooks till the 1950s. One avenue, there are plenty of avenues to explore. If you know musicology students, we can have a field trip. So one of the things that needs to be explored further are the First Baptist Church records, because the church was one of the big sources of performances. So there's a record, A. Perry acted as John Smith in a Mayflower performance they did at the First Baptist Church. And they had different little stations. People could go around and get a little icy. They could fish in the water. But he was Captain John Smith. And there were Cinderella, interestingly, was being performed at all the schools, but the black schools couldn't do it. So I believe it was done at the church. The church put it on, but at the Opera House. And so I think we could get to more of the musical performances if we could get more into the church documents. And those newspapers are critical if we could find more of the newspapers. And they're also not on, like, even of those 2 years, one is purely on microfilm. The other place to look are the Freedman's office records. The problem with that is when I went to them, there's no, like, 416 pages of tiny print and names. You literally will have to go every single page to get through it. It's just it's a time-consuming task. That's perfect graduate student work. But it's that kind of thing. It's very tedious. The family's history in Tazewell is intriguing as well. America was a servant to a very prominent family that owned a good portion of that county. Their name was Schott, S-H-O-T-T, and they still own a significant part of Tazewell, that area, Pocahontas, Clear Fork Creek area today.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for all of this. I'm dying to know more about that hollowed out tree. How did you find out?
I am too. It was in the newspaper, but I don't know if surely the tree doesn't stand anymore because it was hollowed out then, but I would like to go back. A fellow by the name of Harper owned it, and he didn't stay in Woodford County long. See, they transferred property back and forth so much, and that's why the deeds are important and the maps. Even the Perry's properties, the street names have changed, so I had to go to the fire maps. So you have to go to fire maps and fire insurance records to see how the street names changed. I like to put little pieces of paper on them to try to figure it out. But I think we will find that they owned more property, but it's just that the street names, and see also in Lexington, it's called a parcel and it doesn't mention a house. So it's hard to tell if it's vacant land or if it's the house. The Perry family house as it exists today actually sits on 2 parcels. And it looks like part of the house has been destroyed because when you look up, you can see a doorway that's bricked up. And there were a lot of people living in that house. You got to think you had Clara, you had Abe, you had America, and 5 daughters all living in that house. And so there were quite a few people in those houses that she owned. So we still have quite a bit of really tedious, deep diving work to do.
Other questions? If not, you have certainly given us, all of us that are in the academy that have doctoral students, we know what we need to do with it. There's a lot of work that can be done in Kentucky, and I'm sure as we will hear throughout the day in all the other locations she was in. But thank you so much for that in-depth research and what you bring. I've been nudging her to write the book because this is quite interesting and with the genealogy. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll put together a volume, everybody that's here.
That's the goal. Okay, well, we have a break for right now, and if we can come back in about 15 minutes, we'll start the next session. Thank you.
Is it plugged in all the way onto the device?
Yeah. Let's go to display. Display.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are about to have 3 amazing presentations, but before we do so, I just wanted to share some good news. I just got a text from our PR for the festival, and we are listed in the New York Times today. So, in our collective endeavor to bring Julia Perry to the broader public, I just want to read a line from the New York Times. This is called "What to Do in New York City in March," and it lists the concert tonight as well as Saturday. It says, "Go for the lectures and the premieres. Stay for Perry's extraordinary music. It speaks fluently in modernist, African-American, and neoclassical idioms and should occupy a larger place in American musical history." So this is another just brief messages to encourage friends, family, to come to the concert tonight. We have room in the hall. There is Julia Perry at 100 is a code for a discount, and we'd love to have as many people there as possible. And now I'd like to hand it over to Louise to introduce our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Very briefly, the 3 speakers that you're going to hear today. Now, we've talked about her roots. Now you're going to hear some of the music in conversation. So the first speaker, Dr. Gayle Murchison, is an associate professor at William & Mary. She has been champion for William Grant Still for years, that very important voice writing, scholarly voice writing about Still. But she was also, were you the editor of the Journal for Black Music? Yes, for Black Music Research at the Center for Black Music Research. So she has been steeped in looking at this music and a strong advocate for it. Our second speaker is Samantha Ege, who you heard play beautifully last night, and now you get to hear her talk about the piano concerto as well as play bits and pieces for us with it. So we were looking forward to that. And our third speaker is a voice that has done so much for us in terms of thinking about where's the place for Black classical music, and he has been that voice that has really shaken up the field, especially in theory. So we very much appreciate Dr. Philip Ewell from Hunter College here in New York, and we're excited about the 3 papers that we're going to have next. So without further ado, Dr. Murchison.
Thank you. Good afternoon? No, good morning. I just flew in from England, and boy, are my arms tired. Okay, I won't touch that. For the musician, conductor, music critic, musicologist, and ethnomusicologist, music theorist, and audience who listen to Western classical music, the word modernist usually invokes sets of composers and attendant networks, lineages of teachers and students, and their cohorts and peers. This word is used primarily to describe musical styles and aesthetics that, according to the classical music canon, began around the turn of the 20th century, the end of the 19th and the first decade of the 20th with the Impressionist Debussy, the Russian composers Scriabin and Stravinsky, the Second Viennese School, Schoenberg and his students, Alban Berg and Anton Webern. Post-Romantic Strauss and Mahler stretched tonality to its breaking point, we read, but never quite broke with nearly 200 years of tonal tradition. Despite their departure from functional tonality, paradoxically, our proto-modernists, post-romantics, and pre-World War II modernists worked in received musical genres and forms. While innovating in certain musical parameters such as harmony and rhythm, parameters governing pitch such as melody, motive, counterpoint, for example, retained familiarity, even if we cannot hum something one could simply call a recognizable tune. For most of the received history of modernist music, American composers were absent during those 3 decades from the 1890s through the 1910s. A generation of white male composers entered the canon in the 1920s, many of whom studied with Boulanger at Fontainebleau, such as Aaron Copland and Virgil Thompson. Those who decidedly explored primarily texture, timbre, and rhythm, such as Henry Cowell and Edgar Varese, are most assuredly modernists, further bolstering the ranks. Early 20th century American composers become even more modern with the retroactive positioning of New Englander Charles Ives and his innovations within the modernist canon. We find William Grant Still emerged in the early 1920s as the sole African-American modernist composer who's entered the canon, though still remaining in the shadow culture, no pun intended there. His works appearing on the same concert programs and publication series as those of Cowell and Copeland, for example, painfully and consistently absent from the study, discussions, and even hagiographies of modernism are African-American classical, are not only African-American classical composers, but especially black women composers. Yet they have been there, as Eileen Southern began to document in both her foundational 1971, The Music of Black Americans, now in its third edition, and the issues of the journal she founded, Black Perspectives in Music. Scholarly research on Julia Perry reaches back nearly 40 years. And I will now correct that, Angela. Where are you? Thank you. From Michelle Edwards' chapter that appeared in Karen Anna Pendle's Women in Music, A History, to Helen Walker Hill's sustained study, editing, and archiving of Perry's work. Many others have also worked in recent decades to recover, perform, record, and study Perry's music. And not solely Perry's, but also the work of her peers, Florence Price, Margaret Bonds, just to name two other composers whose musical works and biographies are presently garnering long overdue attention. As we celebrate Perry in the Centennial Festival, we also express gratitude. Everybody give yourself a hand. For the efforts of those who have worked so diligently to recover Perry's scores, prepare them for performance and study, and present them before an audience They eagerly perform and conduct them. We also see further work that needs to be done in studying Perry's extant works. There is so much that we have not known about her biography and career that we will learn as this afternoon progresses, that we have already learned this morning. As we listen to the concerts and rehearsal, so many other questions emerge about what we are hearing. One of those questions is, how do we begin to understand Perry's music, and in what context or contexts do we locate them? Tammy Kernodle's When and Where I Enter, Black Women Composers and the Advancement of a Black Postmodern Concert Aesthetic in Cold War era America, that appeared in the Journal of the American Musicological Society's 2020 colloquy, Shadow Culture Narratives, Race, Gender, and American Music Historiography, locates Perry in the context of both Black modernism, as theorized by Alan Locke's 1925 The New Negro, which expanded and fractured post-World War II, and the Cold War. Kernodle explores a range of meta-narratives about gender and nationalism as she identifies Perry as a Black postmodernist, a member of the generation following Locke's Black modernism. Today, I will return for a moment to conventional musicological questions and look at Perry as a Black woman composer who navigated both the worlds of Black musicking, Pache Christopher Small, with its vast networks of HBCUs, churches, sororities, and fraternities, social aid and pleasure clubs, entertainment circles, and such, and the world of European and American high musical culture. I draw on the work of these three Perry scholars whose published and unpublished research have been the go-to sources for those seeking to learn about Julia Perry. I seek, myself, to do a bit of pushing the notes around, so to speak, or asking some analytical questions that posit Perry as an emerging music theorist had circumstances been different, and offer my own way of melding a kaleidoscope of perspectives to see Perry as sui generis, of the post-war generation of Black composers who were able to study extensively abroad and pursue international careers. This generation of composers began their careers in the 1950s, having confronted serialism as they pursued their compositional studies. They found ways to reframe African-American musical idioms in new contexts. Like Black composers, classical composers before her, Perry had made concert arrangements of spirituals. Lord, What Shall We Do? 1947, published 1949. Free at Last, 1950. I'm a poor little orphan girl, 1950, published 1952. 3 Negro spirituals for soprano and orchestra, 1956. 5 Negro spirituals for mezzo soprano and orchestra, 1956 to 1964. The concert arrangement of spirituals is a long-standing tradition dating back to the late 19th century, with concert arrangements for choir with the Fisk Jubilee singers of the choir, and for individual composers, for example, the work of R. Nathaniel Dett. Roland Hayes was germinal in establishing the tradition of performing the solo spirituals along with German lieder and opera arias. Perry, in arranging spirituals and in composing sacred choral works, both continued working in a central African-American concert tradition and had a way to sustain herself financially. There was a large market in the shadow culture, as published choral arrangements would be purchased by school, collegiate, community, and church choirs. Her solo arrangements and compositions also would have found a place in the hands and repertoire of African-American singers for performance at recitals at HBCUs, churches, community groups, all the spaces in the community where African-American singers performed. Perry was foremost a serial composer. Her primary European teacher, Luigi Dallapiccola, was one of the leading and influential serial composers. We see Perry's full command of European modernism in her prelude for piano, one of the works performed yesterday evening. In this work, one hears sonorities that are quartal and quintal in construction. One can clearly hear motivic relationships, closer and systematic theoretical analysis by one trained in a variety of analytical tools, promises to decode Perry's musical language. And this is short, so we can listen to the entire work and see the score scrolling. Stabat Mater, 1951, published 1952, is the work that brought Perry initial acclaim, both in Europe and in the United States. Composed with Marian Anderson in mind, as Hill informs, Perry herself had performed the work. Hill writes, "This seminal work served as a laboratory for working out ideas. Many of them never appeared in later works, but others became hallmarks of her later style. Dissonant 7th, 9th, 11th, and 13th chords, sustained homophonic chordal chords in parallel motion. The dichotomy between the sections of driving rhythmic regularity and others free of free mixed meters and durations. The importance of spacing and octave displacement, fondness for ostinato patterns, and a declamatory vocal style with sparing use of melismata. And we can listen to I posit, Peri also proved to be a theorist. Study with Dalla Piccola, the first Italian serialist, offered Peri and others a major alternative to the 12-tone method of the Second Viennese School and the integral serialism of Olivier Messiaen. Her studies with Roberto Lupi in the late 1950s deserve in-depth study, not for what she learned compositionally, but for what and how Peri might have emulated the theorist and where hers depart from his. Lupi developed a theory, or Armonia di Gravitazione, or Harmony of Gravitation. He wrote two books, Armonia di Gravitazione, Rome, 1946, and Il Mistero del Suono, The Mystery of Sound, Rome, 1955. His theory has been compared to that of Paul Hindemith, whose The Craft of Musical Composition, 1941 to 1942 for books 1 and 2, and then book 3 in like 1970 laid out ways in which one could compose using intervals and third and seventh chords, but eschew functional tonality. Hindemith described certain chords or sonorities as having more tension than others. Similarly, Lupi explored ways of composing that explored musical parameters of texture, rhythm, and other parameters beyond pitch. Mezzo-soprano Betty Allen made the work her own, creating a permanent place for it in her repertoire. Peri, it appears, developed her own theories about her works, which she was able to articulate in the liner notes to the recording of Homunculus CF for 10 percussionists, 1960 to 1961. And the liner notes the recording, as Helen Walker Hill quotes in her chapter on Perry in From Spirituals to Symphonies, African American Women Composers and Their Music, 2007, Perry described the work as pantonal. It is built on what she described as, quote, the chord of the 15th, close quotes. Lacking harmonic progression, the work is built on rhythm, dynamics, and texture. As such, it recalls the works of Edgar Varese, who composed Ionization or Ionization, 1929 and 1831, for percussion alone. And I'm going to try to get to 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Within the past 30 days, Julia Perry and her music have returned to us after being lost for so many years. In February, the UK's Royal Northern College of Music held a week-long celebration of Perry in Manchester, and this week we are gathered here. We are at a juncture where we truly see a rebirth of Perry's music after it having laid dormant for decades. There is so much promise going forward. Her music's being performed and recorded. Schirmer will now publish her works, making them available for study and performance. There is new critical interest in Perry as new information about her biography surfaces, thanks to the work of Angela Hammond, whose work has already corrected factual errors. I personally anticipate and welcome the interest of theorists in Perry's music. We not only need to continue to hear her music in concert, on radio, and other media, and read about her remarkable life. We also need the theorists who can decode her sui generis musical language and decolonize the theory canon by incorporating Perry's music into theory courses focusing on 20th century music. Thank you.
I was going to say, if we can go on and do all three presentations and then take questions for all three at the end of the time. Thank you. Thank you so much for that engaging talk, Dr. Murchison.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. It's such an honor to be here to take part in Julia Perry's centennial celebrations here in New York at the invitation of my esteemed colleagues and in the company of such brilliant performers and scholars. In many ways, this festival is about exploring the genius of Julia Perry. However, as Farah Jasmine Griffin reminds us, quote, musicians are part of the political and cultural ethos of their time. To claim that they as individuals transcend it is nonsensical. They are also artists. The best of them are on a constant quest to refine their craft, create meaning and beauty, and communicate to those willing to listen, read, or see. If they are successful, the art forms they create will be part and parcel of the times in which they live, and also contain an element of universality that speaks to generations and cultures beyond their immediate context, end quote. How does universality manifest in Perry's creative voice? Well, Perry is a storyteller and a world builder, and this is what drew me to her concerto for piano and orchestra in 2 uninterrupted speeds completed in 1969. But it isn't just that the work is in 2 speeds, slow and fast, but that it is in 2 states of existence, with one evoking the stillness of a dormant volcano and the other sounding an eruption of volatile syncopations, fiery colors, and red-hot grooves. So hear and feel, can you still hear me? I know you can't really see me, but I'm still here. Hear and feel the stillness in the piano's opening solo entry. So spacious yet still. With just a few notes, she alludes to something deeper beneath the surface. And indeed, something is bubbling as we hear in this next solo. The first piano entry in the second movement is the closest we get to the kind of solo virtuosic cadenza you might expect to hear in a concerto. But Perry is experimenting more with color than technique. The pianist must paint rather than play. It's quite strange just playing fragments of a concerto. But so I'm currently preparing to make the first commercial recording of Perry's concerto for piano and orchestra. This project recovers Perry's legacy through performance and public engagement. Furthermore, it spotlights historical women who achieved the remarkable in a classical music-making sphere not known for its open-armed inclusivity. In bringing Perry's music and story to modern-day audiences, this project, as with all my projects, demonstrates that the heterogeneity that women of African descent bring to the classical realm is not a new phenomenon. Underrepresented voices, such as those marginalized by race, gender, sexuality, and disability, have always strived to be heard. This recording is therefore about making space in the classical music industry and therefore in our public culture for these voices to be amplified. The canon of piano concertos by historical Black women composers is incomplete and in recovery. When we speak of firsts, the first Black woman to write a concerto, or a symphony, or an opera for that matter, we can never be sure if this is where the story begins or if this is where the story picks up, building on a longer and deeper creative genealogy of Black women's symphonic lives. To acknowledge that we might not know where the story begins is also to acknowledge that we do not know where it ends. And as a musicologist who happens to play the piano, I'm actually a music historian, it is this incompleteness and this capacity for recovery that compels my work. In my article titled The Art of the Black Feminist Scholar Performer, which was recently published in the peer-reviewed American Music Journal, I begin by quoting the musicologist Eileen M. Hayes, who says, quote, "It might be argued that the history of Western art music would look very different if the literature theorized Black feminisms," end quote. I then go on to write that the art of the Black feminist scholar performer encompasses the conviction that there is a history of classical music, i.e. Western art music, to be told from a Black woman's vantage point and the subsequent dialogue between research and repertoire. In my article, I relate this to my scholarship on African American women's contributions to classical music in the era of the Black Chicago Renaissance, which unfolded through the first half of the 20th century. Such works bring forth names like Helen Hagen and Florence Price and themes of sisterhood and community. I argue that not only does the history of Western art music look different from this vantage point, but as a pianist who seeks to bring this era of music making to life and put Black feminisms into performance practice, I find that the history sounds very different too. I certainly hear the art and magic of Black women's world making in Perry's concerto. Perry is not simply a composer of musical sound, but a creator of her own sonic cosmos. Her sound world is highly spectral and spatial. She plays with light and color, with dissonances that bring out the contrasting shade of the other. And note how her piano concerto is not in two movements, but in two speeds, as if she is playing with space-time. That we are only just beginning to grasp Perry's impact on the postmodern musical landscape of her United States and adopted Europe, nearly half a century after her death, is less evidence of any inadequacy on her part, for she was highly celebrated at the height of her career. Instead, it is more evidence of Eileen M. Hayes' assertion that the history of Western art music would look and sound very different with the greater presence of Black women's creative and intellectual voices. In my forthcoming book, titled Southside Impresarios, How Race Women Transformed Chicago's Classical Music Scene, which will be published this fall with the University of Illinois Press, I write that, thank you. Thank you so much. I write that fueling my work is not only the ongoing dialogue between my research and repertoire, but also Black feminism's constant, as what scholar activists Akuga Amajulu and Francesca Saband call, quote, a creative and dynamic production of thinking and living otherwise, end quote. As social theorist Patricia Hill Collins reminds us, quote, Black women intellectuals have laid a vital analytical foundation for a distinctive standpoint on self, community, and society, and in doing so, created a multifaceted African-American women's intellectual tradition, end quote. What is more, this tradition, one that Collins grounds in the politics of Black feminist thought, extends to every sphere in which historical African-American women were collectively active. The realm of classical music is no exception. Musicologist Teresa L. Reed writes that, quote, although their contributions are frequently overlooked, Black women have been stakeholders in this artistic tradition since at least the 19th century, end quote. One of the earliest known piano concertos by an African-American woman is Helen Hagen's 1912 Piano Concerto in C minor, a one-movement work and her only surviving work. Hagen was the first Black woman to graduate from the Yale School of Music in 1912, and she performed her concerto with both the student orchestra at Yale and the New Haven Symphony. I recorded the two-piano version on my 2022 Black Renaissance Women album. This is what cultural historian Lucy Kaplan wrote for the album's sleeve notes. Quote, "From its first impassioned measures, Hagen's piano concerto is a tour de force. A bold C minor theme marked maestoso immediately situates the piece within a late romantic legacy. The mood becomes tempestuous, thundering chords in the instrument's lower reaches, with flashes of ornate passage work above." Lucy Kaplan continues, "A contrasting second theme, expansive and sonorous, is an opportunity to showcase the pianist's more delicate sensibilities." Lucy Kaplan continues, "Saturated with snaky chromatic harmonies and propelled forward by intricate sequential writing, the one-movement work exudes confidence and ambition." Hagen composed the concerto in 1912 and performed it as a soloist with the New Haven Symphony Orchestra that same year. She went on to perform the work multiple times in a two-piano arrangement, garnering widespread praise for her virtuosic skill. Because the concerto is thought to be the only surviving work among Hagen's compositions, it takes on outsized importance as the primary evidence that remains of her dazzling creativity, end quote. On the 20th of October 2022, I performed Hagen's concerto at Yale, and in the same concert hall, Wolseley Hall, where Hagen herself played the concerto 110 years before. Yale alumna Suman Kim had reimagined the yet-to-be-found orchestration, and I stepped into Hagen's shoes, joining conductor Peter Undian and the Yale Philharmonia as the soloist for this historic concert. The second earliest known piano concerto by a Black woman composer also happens to be one that I have spent a great deal of time with, Florence Price's Piano Concerto in One Movement, completed in 1934. And I'm going to go off script here to acknowledge Professor Trevor Weston. The applause suggests that you already know, but I would like to just take a moment anyway to say that I believe it was 2011 that Professor Trevor Weston completed an orchestration of Price's piano concerto, which up until that point, it wasn't possible to play the music in that version, really only in this two-piano version, which Black women had to create not just as rehearsal scores, but as ways to be heard. And so with this reconstruction, Florence Price's piano concerto was able to enter the recording catalog with Professor Karen Woolwin as the soloist, and that was all 2011. And hearing that, that orchestration it moved me. I always imagined that would be how I would make my concerto debut, which actually happened at 48 hours notice. That's a different story. But I just really want to thank you, and you've also inspired me to, when I was looking at Florence Price's third Fantasy Negre, which was incomplete, knowing the work that you had done really inspired me to believe that I could reconstruct this work. So thank you again. So I recorded Price's 2 piano arrangements of the Concerto on my Black Renaissance Woman album with my co-editor for the Cambridge Companion to Florence Price, A. Corey Hill, writing in the sleeve notes, quote, "Price completed and debuted the piano concerto in 1 movement for piano and orchestra in 1934. Her 2 piano arrangement of her concerto in 1 movement is part of a classical music tradition that combined reinvention with practicality, i.e. arranging concertos and symphonies for 2 pianos. Not everyone has access to an orchestra, but they likely had access to a piano. Divided into 3 sections, moderato, adagio, and allegretto, Price combines the Negro spiritual modal tonalities with romantic virtuosity and chromaticism." Corey Hill continues, "The solo and accompaniment are very communicative and interactive, aided by call and response form and the second pianist's introduction of primary and secondary themes. The syncopated dance-like character of the final section evokes the black folk dance known as juba, with accompanying patterns that imitate the alternating foot stamps and hand claps of participants, and buoyant melodies that channel the ebullience of early African-American fiddlers." Trying to make it feel as orchestral as possible. So again, Corey continues, Price's concerto in 1 movement is a clever blend of genre conventions from classical music, Negro spirituals, and juba, drawing upon the old to make something new, end quote. 3 decades on from Price's concerto, we have Perry's. If the era before represented that of the Black Renaissance, a time of rebirth that encompassed the politics of respectability, racial uplift, and composers such as Florence Price and Helen Hagen, not to mention William Grant Still and William Dawson, then the post-war period marked the transition from rebirth to a cultural coming of age. A bold Black aesthetic emerged, one that wasn't housed in a single sound, but in a variety of voices manifesting across all the genres in which Black music makers were active. Experimentation was the theme, and we hear this all over Perry's eclectic compositional catalogue. As the work of Tammy Kernodle shows, who unfortunately cannot be here today, Black postmodernism, as advanced by Black women composers such as Julia Perry, challenged the meta-narratives of what came before. Indeed, Perry's contributions allow us to see and hear the history of classical music in a new light. But as we commemorate her life in music today, we may also think about how her legacy inspires us to forge an inclusive and experimental musical future for all those that follow. Thank you.
I am Philip Ewell, yes, and I edit a book series for Oxford University Press. The series is called Theorizing African American Music. We launched just last year. We have 4 books in contract, another 3 in the pipeline. The titles will probably be coming out spring 25 to begin with. And I'm saying that here because it would be a wonderful thing to see something about Julia Perry in that book series, so I'm just putting it out there. I think you had mentioned, Angela, edited volume. Did you say volume, I think? Yeah, an edited volume, which would be a perfect home for such a volume, I think. So I'm just mentioning that because I just had that thought and it wasn't part of my presentation here. Okay, let's see if I can, I'm going to advance slides over here. Okay, thank you for having me. Thanks to Louise and James and the Experiential Orchestra, everyone else involved in bringing the symposium to light here at the New School in Manus, where my 14-year-old son is a violinist in the Manus Prep program and also in drum kit. He's actually switching over to drum kit. That just wins out. What can you say, right? My name is Philip Ewell, and in the recent words of University of Maryland musicologist Will Robin, I have become, in recent years, quote, the most controversial music scholar on the planet, close quote. Now, thank you. I'm just going to move this back a little bit. Now, some of you may know that recently, not quite a year ago, I published a book entitled On Music Theory and Making Music More Welcoming for Everyone. So what can I say, folks? Guilty as charged. Phil Ewell is controversial. Phil Ewell is the guy who wants to make music more welcoming for everyone. That sick bastard. I'd like to begin by stating something that will sound controversial here, namely that Julia Perry was not exceptional, something I'll address directly toward the end of my talk. Among all distinguished speakers today, I may know the least about Julia Perry, the person, and Julia Perry's music, which makes me something of an interloper, I suppose. What I can do, however, is provide some context for how and why a composer like Perry is only now getting some of the attention they deserved. Thus, my talk might fall under the rubric of Julia Perry reception. Of course, Perry was black, and everyone knows that black composers of classical music were generally denigrated, ignored, and erased from the history of mainstream classical music. Here's how one black composer explained it after reading negative reviews of their music and their reasoning for writing a symphony. I usually don't pay much attention to articles or other people or what other people write about me. I just don't like being categorized as anything. People often think that there's one or two ideas of what a black creative should be doing. And because people are just so used to seeing those specific narratives, then when they see something else, it has to be dumbed down for them to receive it. The levels of our achievements are diminished. They're not seen as part of the canon. And that's exactly what I'm pushing against with this symphony. And who might this symphonist be? You're probably going through all the names now in your head. Coleridge, Taylor, Dawson, Dett, Eastman, Hailstork, Mumford, Rood Moore, Price, Still, Walker. But it's more recent than all those names. It's John Batiste, about his American Symphony from just last year. Which is to say that nothing's really changed that much, despite the fact that we can now hear and highlight African American composers in our music academies. In other words, even though black composers are currently getting more exposure, mainstream America, and to be clear, when I say mainstream, I mean white and male America, mainstream America still believes that these black composers, to be inferior to their white counterparts, despite all rhetoric to the contrary. John Batiste understands this at the ripe old age of 37. Not too long ago, I was speaking with my friend, Naomi Andre, and the friend of many in the room today, I'm sure, and we lamented some of the difficulties of being black music academics in America. We spoke of how, at times, our work on canonic Western composers got so easily dismissed, her musicological work on Verdi or Italian opera, or mine as a Russianist in music theory. I was reminded of that famous thought experiment: if a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? I thought to myself that we could say something similar about us black music academics. If a black music scholar publishes work on a canonic composer, does that work actually even exist? The answer to that thought experiment in our country is, for a black man, probably not. And for a black woman, definitely not. Eileen Southern is smiling in her grave right now, right? Florence Price saw this long ago when she famously wrote to Russian-American conductor Serge Kouzovitsky in 1943, stating, "I have two handicaps, those of sex and race. I am a woman, and I have some Negro blood in my veins." And I just have to say it's kind of, it's interesting historically to hear a black woman talk about, or a black person talk about Negro blood. Of course, we have 4 types of human blood, and we all know that, but the racial essentialist mindset of having black blood, white blood, was so prevalent among everybody back then. Of course, it was the Racial Integrity Act in Virginia in 1924, 100 years, the same year of Julia Perry's birth, co-authored by John Powell, composer, and notorious white supremacist, that gave us the quote-unquote one-drop rule, right? And that had everything to do with Negro blood. In fact, it was part of the Racial Integrity Act of 1924 in Virginia. So I just think it's interesting that Price herself is talking like that. Okay, I guess I'm lucky in that I have only one handicap, that of blackness, which nevertheless has prevented mainstream music theory from treating me as an equal. Hold on. Oh, I went ahead too far. Hold on. From treating me, hold on. Wait a minute. I always script these things, and I ran it yesterday, and hold on one second. Okay. And here it is. Okay, I get it. In the field of, so I guess I'm lucky in that I have only one handicap, that of blackness, which nevertheless has prevented mainstream music theory from treating me as an equal. In the field of music theory, I'm a Russianist with over 30 relevant publications, yet I know that Phil Ewell, the Russianist, will never be honestly considered for a music theory publication award or an editorship or even a slot on a music theory editorial board for that matter. For to do so would, in part, acknowledge blackness as the equal of whiteness, which whiteness is generally loath to do. But when it comes to the unpaid, uncredited, unacknowledged grunt work of the field, like doing anonymous peer reviews for major journals or grant-awarding institutions, it's amazing how quickly Phil Ewell, the Russianist, leaps to the top of the list of invitees. Now that is the true place for blackness in a white supremacist system. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm complaining, but what else is a black person to do? Just internalize and compartmentalize the injustice and let it gnaw at you? I think it's better to get it out in the open. My friend, Kira Thurman, and the friend of many in the room today, I'm sure, calls this autobiographical work me-search, which I think is fitting. I suppose that collectively we could say that black folks researching blackness might qualify as we-search. This foregrounding of black voices in our academies, the musicological we-search, can help set the record straight and view black musical accomplishments without having to be scrutinized under the microscope of whiteness by means of unjust and constantly moving standards. Of course, combining blacks researching blacks with women researching women, we naturally come to Kimberly Crenshaw's neologism. Yeah, there's my blank slide. We naturally come to Kimberly Crenshaw's neologism of intersectionality, which comes from an article from 1989, and which has become something of a dirty word in conservative spaces. It's worth dwelling on this for a moment, since this is exactly the double bind that a composer like Julia Perry faced in her career. In a brilliant TED Talk from 2016, Crenshaw tells of the genesis of this term, which she came to through studying a famous court case, that of Emma DeGraff and Reed v. General Motors Car Corporation. DeGraff and Reed had sued General Motors, claiming that she was not hired precisely because she was both black and a woman. But the judge ultimately ruled against her because, in fact, both black folks and women were being hired at General Motors. After the court case was decided, however, Kimberly Crenshaw suggests that being both black and female was a special category that merited special consideration. Crenshaw shows that among blacks, only men were hired to do the strenuous physical work on the factory floor, and among women, only whites were hired to do clerical work in the back office. This falls squarely within the mythological confines of our American white patriarchy. Namely, that women are not physically strong enough to do work on a factory floor, and blacks are not intellectually smart enough to do clerical work in a back office. To state the obvious, countless women could easily handle the work requirements on a factory floor, and no race of people is inherently more or less smart than any other race of people. But these two obvious facts are not what the twin ideologies of white supremacy and patriarchy dictate. And it was precisely these twin ideologies that held back a composer like Julia Perry. Oh, if you are wondering, the judge who decided this case, Harris Kenneth Wangelin, was a white man appointed to the District Court for Eastern Missouri by Richard Nixon in December of 1970. I've given some instances of how blacks understand and interpret whiteness in our country, but what about the white view of blackness? I can cite two instances that might help here. Back in November of last year, at the annual meeting of the American Musicological Society and the Society for Music Theory, I talked with a colleague, a white man who's a popular music scholar, and our conversation turned to disco. After going through some early tunes and history, he mentioned that he considered Casey and the Sunshine Band's Get Down Tonight from 1975 the first great disco tune of all time. I said to my colleague, what about Eddie Kendrick's Girl, You Need a Change of Mind, or Manu Dibango's Soul Makasa, which preceded Get Down Tonight by about 3 years? Or how about early disco DJs, Larry Levin or Frankie Knuckles? Do they not merit a mention? Of course, anyone who knows disco well knows that two identities were key to its beginnings, namely blackness and queerness. But my colleague was unwilling to let go of his belief that Casey and the Sunshine Band held the distinction of the first great disco song. And then it dawned on me that in our white male framework, it's often hard for true believers to acknowledge something actually happened if it's not done by a white man. As if to say everything that came before was unimportant or less important. But once a white man showed up on the scene and did it, well, that's when the true artistry began. Which leads perfectly into the second instance of how whiteness generally views blackness, and how maleness views non-maleness, of course, in America's white patriarchy. This vignette comes from the now infamous interview that Jan Wenner, co-founder of the pop culture magazine Rolling Stone, gave to David Marchese in September 23, 2023 for the New York Times about Wenner's new book, The Masters, Conversations with Bono, Dylan, Garcia, Jagger, Lennon, Springsteen, and Townsend. You've probably all heard about this, but just in case, when asked why his list was only, quote, 7 white guys, close quote, Wenner responded that blacks and women were not in his zeitgeist. About female musical artists, none of them were as articulate enough on this intellectual level. Now, this is a verbatim quote from the New York Times, which was a verbatim transcript, and it's just interesting that, as a conjunction shouldn't be in that sentence. Of them were articulate enough, so he's being inarticulate. I just thought that was kind of ironic, pointing that out. Jan Wenner needs a lesson in being articulate, I guess. About black musical artists, they just didn't articulate at that level. And in response to criticism that when he had not included any BIPOC or women artists, Wenner said, just for public relations' sake, maybe I should have gone and found one black and one woman artist to include here that didn't measure up to the same historical standard, just to avert this kind of criticism. I think this last point is most telling, right? That in order to avoid criticism, he should have included one black and one woman artist, even though he believed that such artists, quote, didn't measure up to that same historical standard, unquote, as the white men he had interviewed for the book. In short, Wenner simply doesn't believe that there were any rock and roll artists who were not both white and male who met the standard of the master of music. Of course, Wenner was roundly criticized for these comments, but to be fair to Wenner, he just said the quiet part out loud here. Many people, often, but certainly not always, white men themselves, believe this nonsense. Clearly, my colleague in Denver, who's much younger than Wenner, by the way, believes some version of this drivel. Sadly, the twin ideologies of white supremacy and patriarchy affect us all, up to and including Philip Ewell. And the only way we can move forward is to confront our own potentially exclusionist beliefs in order to dismantle the many mythologies and fallacies of white supremacy and patriarchy. The twin ideologies that prevented a composer like Julia Perry from getting the recognition during her lifetime that she clearly deserved. And now, I hope you'll allow me to equivocate just a bit. Early on, I said that Julia Perry was not exceptional. Okay, I'll concede the point that on the one hand, of course, she was exceptional. 2 Guggenheims, studied with Boulanger, Dalla Piccola, these have been mentioned, of course, at Tanglewood and in Italy. She was the first black to have a piece performed by the New York Philharmonic. But on the other hand, when we overdo it by lionizing any human being, we are, by simple dint of omission, suggesting that others may not have been as exceptional as that human being, in our case, Julia Perry. So what about the exceptionalism of other black women composers whose names were not Julia Perry or Florence Price? Composers such as Margaret Bonds, Undine Smith Moore, Zenobia Powell Perry, Mary Lou Williams, or Dorothy Rudd Moore. Or black male composers such as Carl Rossini Ditton, James Reese Europe, or Clarence Cameron White. Or white women composers such as Delia Derbyshire, Leocadia Kashmirova, or Ethel Smith. When we elevate one name over others, we begin to create the hagiographies, the heroes who are so often trumpeted in our white patriarchy, so that we can never even begin to criticize figures like Shakespeare, Beethoven, or Van Gogh, figures who've been put so high up on a pedestal that people actually take offense if somebody doesn't buy into the many mythologies surrounding those figures. And heaven forbid you directly criticize one of those sacred cows, those whom we make gods of men, for being not nearly so great as we've made them out to be. Just ask me how I know. We run the same risk even with a notable figure like Julia Perry. Sure, Perry was exceptional in one sense. She wrote significant and compelling music as an outstanding composer. But she was not exceptional in that there were countless other truly significant and compelling composers who were never even considered for candidacy in the pantheon of greatness and exceptionalism simply because they were not both white and male at the same time. I'll end with another quote from Jon Batiste from his recent Netflix documentary. But they also have black people cooning and mugging for the camera and smiling and dancing for centuries, and that was all people could see them as. So we really have a psychosis in terms of how we perceive black entertainers and black intellectuals. We have something to actually overcome in order to understand the full range of what they offer to the world, and sometimes we don't see that until after the fact. Quote, "So we really have a psychosis in terms of how we perceive of black entertainers and black intellectuals," close quote. Just think about that for a minute. He's saying that today, and Batiste is only 37 years old. American Symphony was nominated for an Oscar for Best Original Song for the song It Never Went Away at this year's Academy Awards. It didn't win. Billie Eilish won a second such Oscar. So this is not far in the past, folks. This psychosis that Batiste speaks of, a psychosis I simply call American anti-blackness, is very much alive and well and living in our country, and it's incumbent upon us all, black folks, white folks, and those of all other races, to confront this psychosis, this American anti-blackness, so that we might move on to greener pastures. Highlighting a notable composer like Julia Perry is surely a step in the right direction. But let's not stop there. Let's continue to highlight other such outstanding marginalized composers. And perhaps more important, let's do so while also realizing that the quote-unquote masters of a so-called Western canon, the Bachs, the Mozarts, the Chopins of musical lore, were actually not gods or demigods, but just good composers like Julia Perry, human beings who also wrote interesting music worthy of study, but music not inherently better than Julia Perry's music, or the music of so many others whom history ignored simply because of who they were. Thank you.
I want to thank all three of our presenters for provocative talks, and I hope that you have some questions you'd like to ask. We have about 15 minutes, so if you have questions for either of the three scholars, yes.
Absolutely, sure. And maybe Samantha and Gayle can come, and I don't want to be the only one up here.
Yeah, why don't we put 3 chairs up there for you to sit? Just grab that real quick.
So Theorizing African American Music is a book series at Oxford University Press. I did a Twitter Black History Month thing in 2021. Back when I was on Twitter, I've left because it's, well, you know why. But I just highlighted one black music theorist composer who had been erased by history, and that caught the eye of Norm Hershey at OUP, and we had a long back and forth. I wrote a very long proposal. It's Oxford. It's an edifice of whiteness and maleness, right? So it took over a year, but ultimately we started a book series. It's called Theorizing African American Music. Norman's been great. Yeah, we have 4 contracts, another 3 in the pipeline. We'll see titles probably starting spring 25. So anybody who's got any projects for academic monographs, books, or edited volumes, please shoot me an email, and I'd love to have that conversation.
I saw somebody else's hand was up. Oh, there it is. Is there someone over here? Angela? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Angela had hers up, and then I'll come over there.
This is purely indulgent. So we know that Lupe was a theosophist, and that groups like the Rosicrucians and even the Freemasons have manuscripts on the usage of tones, geared off also in Russia. Has anyone done any work at looking at her usage of motive and tone with regard to Lupe's theosophy, his theoretical manuscripts? Does he address those things coming from an alchemist standpoint?
I think that's to you.
It's totally wide open. Not that I know of, but like I said, I don't know of any serious theoretical work on Julia Perry. The other thing, too, in relation to William Grant Still, he and his wife, Werner Arvey, they were Madame Blavatsky. Blavatsky. You gotta wrap your mouth around. Yeah. Yeah. And that also, what were Julia Perry's parents Masons? My mother was Eastern Star. My father was a Mason.
Yeah, I'm an odd fellow. She's. We see in the newspaper that when Clara died, there was a call to the St. Venus Temple. And so I reached out to the Grand Master of the Oddfellows in Kentucky, and we know in that cemetery that there were Grand United Oddfellows. Where her family's buried. So we know that both Oddfellows and Prince Hall Masons were active in Lexington. So we were wondering if St. Venus Temple might have been one of the Eastern Star lodges, but we just simply don't know. It could have been some other fraternal organization, but there was a call in the paper that said its members needed to show up for her funeral.
I just want to say that when my mother passed away, there was a ceremony before the day before the actual funeral. I kind of vaguely remember it, but it was a serious ritual.
So I hand over here.
Thank you. Oh, thank you all so much. This is for Samantha. Julia Perry doesn't have, or at least that we can access today, a ton of piano music. And I think you probably played all of it, the solo piano works. So I'm curious if you can talk from your pianistic perspective and academic perspective about what her voice for that instrument is like.
Thank you for that question. Julia Perry is a composer that I have accessed as a pianist. Usually my approach is more as a musicologist and spending time with the archives, but this has been quite unusual for me in that my starting point has been the piano concerto and sort of building out, well, to a certain extent with all the solo works that are available. But what I'm finding is that that's giving me a really different perspective on her as a composer. The challenge is that, for example, that recording that we just heard of the prelude, I think for a while that was the only recording. And Helen Walker Hill's publication is, I think, still the only one that can be accessed. And so I'm finding actually that entering this work as a pianist is perhaps filling in some of the gaps So we've been talking about, how I understand her style, and I'm hearing, her build worlds, and then hearing your perspectives as a musicologist and as a music theorist. I feel like there's this sort of meeting of these different perspectives, and I'm finding it very exciting. It's sort of I'm not a Julia Perry scholar yet, but being a Florence Price scholar and a scholar of the Black Chicago Renaissance, etc., and then having this area where there's so much personal discovery for me, I think is sort of unlocking different kind of potentials in my work. So it's very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you for 3 wonderful presentations, all of you. I really appreciate your work and the ideas that you're bringing. I wanted to ask if any of the 3 of you, and for that matter, anybody in the room, has examples of Julia Perry's interaction with the other composers, and because we kind of have her in a bubble when we talk about her, and I wonder if you've read any documents. I mean, we've got audio of her talking to Aaron Copland, right, in 1964, which is an amazing audio example. I hope we get to play that before this. Good. Excellent. Yeah. But do you know of any letters or conversations, or just where she's in the mix of the network of composers of her time? Thanks.
He's actually going to answer that right behind you.
Well, so my name's Garrett Schumann. I'm talking about Julia Perry's experience in New York at 3:30. And my research has been primarily going through newspaper items that have talked about her. And when I learned, there was a notice in the New York Times in like 1951 that she was going to the MacDowell colony at the same time as Samuel Adler. And he was my composition teacher when I was in college and over one summer. So I emailed him. He's still sharp as a tack at, I think, 95 years old. And he told me he just remembered her extremely fondly from their time there and at Tanglewood. He was still sad, 70 plus years, that he missed the premiere of Stabat Mater, which happened at Tanglewood. And he said that he admired that piece an enormous amount. And so he was very fond of hers, but I don't have other examples besides that.
I'd like to add, there's a photograph of Julia Perry. It's in black and white, so it's kind of hard to know what she's wearing, but it's a very sort of light outfit. And that photo was taken by a composer called Irene Britton Smith, who's sort of the generation after Florence Price, and her style leans more into that sort of neoclassical vein that we associate with Julia Perry. So just in that interaction, it's a friend taking a photo of another friend. They both studied at the American Conservatory. I'm not sure if Irene Britton Smith also studied with Nadia Boulanger. I'd have to go back. But that's also interesting because Florence Price wrote to Irene Britton Smith saying, I'd love to hear some of your compositions at some time, and Irene Britton Smith was really shy, and I think there's also a sense in which Julia Perry is a little bit shy. I mean, in that recording, she seems really self-assured, but it's interesting to sort of get a glimpse into these women's personalities, and especially just through the photograph, it's a really, beautiful interaction that's sort of implicit in that dynamic.
And thank you for bringing up Irene Britton Smith, because that is another voice and a name that we need to recover. I've just published a couple of her songs so that people can begin to hear the musical language that she brings as well. I saw some other hands. Oh, can I get yours and then yours? James.
Just a note that at the concert tonight, Junior Kaitoso, who's the executive director of MacDowell, will be speaking about Julia Perry's 8 times at MacDowell. So perhaps we can ask her also about some anecdotes after this evening, at the reception that you're all invited to after the concert in the Star Foundation Lounge. I also wanted to get that in to know that you're all invited. Thank you. And also, not in live stream land, but there's a reception at MacDowell tomorrow night. And if you'd like to come to that, please email info at experientialorchestra.com, and we're happy to have you as our guests with McDowell. So that's just perhaps a side note about her time. But we need to know more about her personality, I think. Just hearing this in the room, I know I've craved that as a conductor, to have more anecdotes, to have more kind of understanding of who she was as a person, and we don't have a lot yet. So this is really important work. If we can find it, let's share it with each other.
Thank you for that. I saw the question is up here, and as I'm coming up there, just hearing, I think you get to hear so much about her personality when you hear that recording of her with Copeland, the laugh that she has, and you hear her personality, but you also hear her intellect through the way she speaks on that recording.
Hi. Regardless of whether Julia Perry was exceptional or wasn't, how did she break through? And she did or she didn't, depending on your perspective, but she's clearly got better press, not press, opportunities than so many other women conductors and black conductors and musicians at the time. So was it a patron? Was it other musicians?
Well, one of the things, and Angela, I think you can provide more context and more information because you know this family so well, especially given how, we talk now about dynastic wealth. And we clearly see an example of dynastic wealth on both sides of her family, which of course creates a sense of pride, a sense of of confidence, of self-assuredness. And then the other thing I think that is this is just talking about her early years, which of course you go on to have more and more success. A patron in Akron provided her with money so that she could go study, and we see that often in the black community, especially if you're of a certain generation or church, so to speak. Those were very, very foundational. And I also think that being in the 1950s, and being a woman in the 1950s America, I think allowed black women to access education at elite institutions in ways in which black males could not. We think of and I'm trying to remember the name of the artist, or you read about medical students, or any African American who went even to a place like Oberlin or New England Conservatory, who they were admitted, but they had to sit outside in the hallways, or they were not allowed to live in the dorms. So one has to have rock solid faith in oneself, and that comes from the way in which the black community really affirms its youth, and especially during. I remember the segregation, because I remember it until I thought there was this miraculous thing, like around 1970, where there were bathrooms and gas stations. And we see that whatever was instilled in her in those latter years, where she kept going. She never lost faith. There was always something to keep her going until she could not go. But I think Angela has a lot more information.
I'm going to jump in and say a couple things too. It's a great question, because you certainly can point to some successes for a person like Julia Perry, no question. Guggenheim's getting to, just being on a conductor's podium as a black woman today is a big deal, let alone, when she did it. I would immediately cite Kira Thurman's book, Singing Like Germans, like Studying in the Land of Bach or Beethoven, Brahms, I don't remember the subtitle. It's a great book where she talks about many blacks who did in fact go to Germany and study, but also to Europe. I think that, it's not that popular to talk about just how virulent the anti-blackness was in the history of our country. And so I think that when blacks did kind of cut through, there was a certain type of, exoticism that like, oh, wow, look at this black person. They are articulate, they speak like a quote unquote normal person, right? And, and so it becomes a novelty. And so, yeah, one could point to certain things. Blacks could potentially win some awards every now and then. But in terms of just being part of the society, well, that was really just completely off the table. And in many ways it kind of still is. Gayle, you mentioned NEC and Oberlin. And I know that and this is all part of how we view our history in this country. It's just really hard to get down to the actual facts because sometimes it's just really not that nice. So on the positive side of the ledger, Rachel Washington was the first black person to graduate from NEC. That was in 1872, and they started in 1867, I think. So it really was 5 years, and they were basically taking black folks at NEC right from the beginning. And yes, they'd be studying in the basements, and they'd be out in the hallways. They'd be not invited to things, but But Oberlin, it took 25 years. Everybody thinks of Oberlin as a great liberal, and in many ways it is. The history's there. But the con started in 1865, and the first black to graduate, and I forget her name, was also a black vocalist, was 1889, and that's actually a good part. I mean, it's not good, but it took 25 years. But that's like a better side of the story. So the other end of the spectrum would be like Peabody. Started 1857. They graduated their first black, or accepted the first black student, Paul Brent. That was 1949. So almost 100 years. That was the norm across the country. And I think that on that with that background, then it becomes kind of clear, like, oh, every now and then a black person who was very talented would pop up their head and be like, oh, wow, look at this. And they would get some recognition. Kind of the W.E.B. Du Bois talented 10% top, what was his thing? I think he said, the talented top 10% or whatever. And it's been that history throughout the history of our country. It's been very, very difficult to cut through.
Julia Perry learned from the best. Her grandmother, great-grandmother, her grandfather in mitigating the bullshit. I mean, she had people, her grandfather created his own contracts. And we can say that he's exceptional and say, well, he's a prime example for this, but really his exceptionalness was in advocating for himself. Again, they were very politically engaged. And to be political is not just about political parties, but it's about how utilizing one's situation to get what one wants. And they were pros at it. They're absolutely pros at it. And I think she had to mitigate horrible circumstances, as her family had for years and years.
And going back to what I said earlier, I mean, nowadays we talk about people of color who are white adjacent. And who are able to navigate white spaces, or who are able to navigate international European spaces. And what Angela's getting at is that this is a family that had been white adjacent for a very, very long time.
Well, we are at time, but as you can see, the conversations we've already had are sparking more questions for all of us. And so we hope you'll enjoy your lunch for the next hour or so, and then look forward to having you back at 2 o'clock as we continue our exploration of Julia Perry. But again, my sincerest thanks to the three of you for responding and for being a part of today's symposium, as well as Angela starting us off first thing this morning. Thank you for your attention coming back. I know people are going to be coming back slowly from lunch, but we're going to go ahead and get started with the second part of the day. I'm so excited to move us from Kentucky. We had a wonderful morning in Kentucky with the Perrys, to move us into Akron, Ohio, which is also my birthplace. And so I'm very...
Did you know that Louise was born in Akron, Ohio?
Who hasn't known that? Yes. And I was born one day after Julia Perry, so I get to celebrate her
birthday. But a different year. Yeah.
I think I look good for 100. Yes, a different year. But it is interesting to me as I think about it. I was actually alive while she's working and living in Akron. And it didn't dawn on me until Garrett, who will speak to you later, was talking about Julia Perry in a talk he did for my class last week. And I said, wait a minute, the dates of Julia Perry, I actually was living there, but would have been a child. But it's very cool to me historically. So we're so thrilled to have Christopher Wilkins with us, who is the music director of the Akron Symphony, as well as Boston Landmark Orchestra, and has been just such a powerful force in terms of getting all of us on the page with Julia Perry. So he's going to talk about about Julia Perry, but also we together will be talking about the efforts to bring her music into the next century and into her playable condition. So I'll turn it over to Christopher. Thank you.
Great, Louise. Thank you. It's just amazing to be in this company. I'm honored and I'm excited to be part of the team and part of the cast who are making the case together. Incredibly grateful to Louise, because we wouldn't be the cast that we are without Louise's connections and the admiration that people have for her and the desire they have to participate in whatever she's doing. And to James, who's now rehearsing, I think, for tonight or for tomorrow or something like that. So he's out of the room, but the support of Experiential Orchestra has made this sort of an international, you got to pay attention to this kind of event, and that's just been great. Yeah, just as you were saying about growing up in Akron when Julia Perry was there and active, we're just on the cusp of losing everybody who had contact with her, but we're not there yet. And you'll see some video of a woman who grew up with Julia Perry and was a close friend of the Perry sisters, was a schoolmate of the Perry sisters. And you'll also hear from a gentleman who was on the phone with Julia Perry's mother after her stroke. And so we have some connections, but the time is running out on our ability to capture firsthand accounts and statements. So it's my pleasure to share with you some thoughts about her life and her work and her time in Akron. I will weave it into a little bit of a larger narrative about her biography. So for some of you, that's review material, and I apologize because we have many of the people who know most about Julia Perry in the room, but I just wanted to create her time in Akron and the work that the Akron Symphony is doing around this in the larger context of her life. I also want to share with you some of my experience as someone who has now conducted 9 different works of Julia Perry's. So I've conducted 4 of the published works for orchestra in public performances, and then 5 in private readings. So what we've done is we've engraved a number of works that are not in the public domain, that we don't have any right to record, or frankly to perform in public. So we've had private readings so that we can create material so when that day comes, we can launch them. And then finally, as Louise made mention, we will get to the page-turner novel, the legal thriller surrounding the intellectual property of Julia Perry's work and her estate, and the efforts of Videmus, the nonprofit that Louise Toppin now leads, to secure permissions to publish the entire catalog. I also, before we begin, I want to thank a couple of gentlemen who are not in the room. One is David Kempers, who's a violinist in the Akron Symphony. Dave is a composer. He's a performer in was a member of the Fort Worth Symphony. He's a great classical player, but he's also a great improviser, jazz player. He does most of the arranging for our gospel programs. The Akron Symphony operates an enormous gospel music program that we do every year. In fact, it's our best-selling concert of the year in and year out. We just had our 30th anniversary performance this year. But Dave has been the principal engraver of the new work of Julia Perry that we've created. I've essentially served as an editor or co-editor with him. We wouldn't be where we are today with this work without Dave. So he's backstage operating a lot of important strings, and just put up the image of our executive director, Paul Jarrett, as a symbol for the whole Akron Symphony team. This is our librarian. This is Paul, who makes the specials. We've had 4 Julia Perry reading services. This is not money that was pre-funded in the budget. It just has to be spent and created out of nowhere. Our board has been supportive from the beginning. And we've had a number of people make financial contributions to what we call the Julia Perry Project, which is a special landing site on the Akron Symphony page. Roger Zahab, I want to thank you up front before you speak, just to say that Roger has played a really key role in, first of all, Roger, you're the first person who ever mentioned the name Julia Perry to me, and I'd already been in Akron for 5 years. I've now been music director for 18 years, but I was embarrassed that I didn't even know the name, and you're the first one to do that. But Roger's work on the Symphony for Violas and Basses, engraving and editing, you're really resuscitating or making a viable product out of the violin concerto, the revisions to which came after Julia Perry's stroke, and has now led to this fabulous recording by the Experiential Orchestra. And your orchestration of the Prelude for Strings, which is almost now the theme song for Julia Perry, certainly for our festival, is key. And while that's not yet, we don't have permissions yet to distribute that, it's high on our priority to get your orchestration out. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. The last person that I want to acknowledge before we begin is somebody who's practically every speaker has mentioned, which is Helen Walker Hill. There is no full-length biography of Julia Perry that I'm aware of at this point. I think we all know there is none. This is by far the best that we have, and it's well documented. Now, one of the alarming things about it is that she cites a lot of source material, scores, letters, drafts of manuscripts, correspondence with conductors and with publishers that most of us have never seen. In fact, I don't think any of us have ever seen other than photocopies of what she saw. So where is it now? Roger will maybe share a brief story about that. Is it in the semi-dormant archives of CBMR? Probably, we hope. If you look at Helen Walker Hill's entry in Wikipedia, it suggests that most of the primary sources that she had access to were at the Center for Black Music Research. We hope that that's the case. And there's a little bit of a saga there, which we can get into too if people are interested in. But Helen Walker Hill did some serious digging for materials that now are probably less available than they were even to her. And it's a bit of a call to arms. In other words, we need to right now make special efforts to identify and preserve what does remain. And so PhD colleagues at Columbia University or whoever it is, or colleagues of Angela's or Angela herself or whatever, the matter is serious and it's urgent, and we need to get on it before the tide goes out any farther. When discussing Julia Perry's life and work, the first thing to acknowledge, which we all have in various ways, is how little we really know about both. We have mostly impressions and fragmentary documentation, even of the music itself. And these are, for many of us, sort of snapshots of who we think Julia Perry was at various stages of her life. There's the young girl Julia, and Angela gave us a wonderful kind of lead up to them, but again, I asked you, do we have an actual snapshot of Julia before the age of 8? And the answer is we don't. Is there one out there somewhere? There could be. we do have a picture, if this is it, Angela, of the family home in Lexington, Kentucky that served 3 generations of Perrys. This was built with funds that her grandfather earned or through her grandmother's. Yeah. Right. So Julia Perry's grandparents lived here first, Abraham and Clara Taylor Perry. And so her father and her aunt were raised in this house. Abraham Murphy Perry, her father, Lucy Lois Perry, her aunt. Abe became a doctor, as Angela mentioned, and began his practice in this home in 1908, the same year that his horse training father died. Dr. Perry was also a highly accomplished amateur pianist, as you've heard Angela report, and Helen writes that he was good enough to accompany Roland Hayes on tour. I've never seen a program. I've looked for the Tuesday Musical Association in Akron, or you have information on that? And then you mentioned that his sister went to Fisk. She was also a singer and a performer and a trained musician. You think, well, was she a member of the Fisk Jubilee Singers? You'd have to think she almost was, but I'd never seen that either. That would be a great piece to know about. They, as Angela reported, brought 6 children into the world, 5 girls and 1 boy. The boy died in infancy. And then in 1932, when Julia Perry was 8 years old, the family moved to Akron. In Akron, we have a slightly better picture. I believe this is her Central High School yearbook picture from Akron, Ohio. This is a widely circulated photograph. The Perrys lived on Berg Street in the Spicertown neighborhood of Akron. And a little piece of Spicertown still exists today, but a story lies in there. In 1934, so I also turned to fire maps, which is what you do if you're trying to map out a city that no longer exists, because they're incredibly well detailed and they're accurate. In 1934, if you stood on Main Street in the heart of downtown Akron and you started walking uphill toward the campus, now you're approaching the campus of what today is the University of Akron. In those days was the Municipal University of Akron. You would come to a street where today no longer exists because you're walking straight into the campus of the University of Akron, and you would turn right on Sumner Street. This is all now, doesn't exist. Turn right on Sumner Street. The next cross street would have been Carroll Street, and to your left you would have seen Spicer Elementary School. There was a gifted component to this school, and Julia, and I'm sure all of her sisters, were in it was kind of like a gifted program in those days. Then 1 block ahead, you get to Berg Street, and I've drawn the line to the corner of Scott and Berg. That's where Dr. Perry landed, they actually lived in 2 different homes in this neighborhood, which you'll hear about in a moment. It was largely an upper middle class neighborhood and mixed racially, though principally black. Many professionals and community leaders, doctors like Abe Perry, business owners, teachers, undertakers, lived in this neighborhood just south of the campus quadrangle to the north. The neighborhood no longer exists. As I've mentioned, it was razed in 1964, like so many principally black neighborhoods across America, in this case, to make room for the expansion of the university. You're about to hear from a woman who said, we in that community were supportive of the university expanding. There wasn't enough capacity in the university, so she didn't blanket say that there was widespread community opposition to raising the neighborhood. For one thing, almost all of them were renters rather than owners, so they didn't necessarily lose property. But the entire neighborhood now, and I'm about to hit a button here, and if we're lucky, you'll see a crossfade to today's Google Earth. It now sits under the athletic fields of the University of Akron. Try one more time. There we go. Dramatic. It only took me a couple days to figure out how to do that, but we had a pandemic, and it was easy. Another very important musician and composer, Kermit Moore, grew up on this very same block. Helen Walker Hill quotes him in her brief biography of Julia Perry. It's a familiar name to many of you. Kermit Moore developed a major career as a cellist, conductor, educator, and composer. He was the teacher of a couple current members of the Akron Symphony. He especially excelled in the composition of chamber music and of music for film. He was also a frequent collaborator with his wife, the eminent composer Dorothy Rudmore. Kermit's sister, also a prominent musician in the Akron community, Mary Catherine Moore Nelson, had a long career as a music teacher. She was the first black woman hired by the Akron Public Schools. She taught for more than 30 years and helped develop the district's Head Start program in the 1960s. She died just over a year ago at the age of 98. A well-known figure in Akron today, one of our guiding lights and living legends, is just a couple of years than Julia Perry would be today. She also grew up in the same corner, in fact, in the same house that the Perrys owned, at the corner of Scott and Berg. You'll hear her say, when we moved out of that house, the Perrys moved in, and they just moved a couple houses down. Mrs. Ophelia Averitt was the longtime president of Akron's chapter of the NAACP. She still serves on its national board. She came to Boston when we did our great celebration, and Louise appeared with my Boston orchestra. She was there. Here she tells of what it was like to be friends with Julia Perry and her sisters.
We lived on Scott and Berg, because that's where my aunt lived. That's where we came there. And it was a nice, the home kind of went around from Scott on to Berg.
I have a map.
Berg is right there. Well, that house on the corner of Scott and Berg.
So here's Scott and Berg.
Right there. That's where our house was, right on that corner. It was
which?
326 now.
So 326. This is 326.
This is it, right there.
That's it.
That was a big house. That's right. They were right in here.
But they were on Berg, weren't they?
No, later on they came to Berg. When we moved from that house, we moved next door to 320, which is here.
You moved next door to there, 320.
And they moved where we were, because see, they had a bigger family.
Oh, yes.
And Dr. Perry was our doctor. Oh, one of the leading ones. And may I tell you, he played the viola. well, and he played other instruments, the piano. He played. We would gather on the porch when they lived down on Scott Avenue. We would we would gather on the porch just to hear the music in the evening. It was just beautiful.
That he would play, or all the children would play with him?
Yes. Julia was very secretive.
Was she?
Yes. And her moods were so, like I said before.
Even as a child?
That's right, you'd have to wait for her to break the ice.
Mm-hmm.
Used to say if she had lunch, she would like to do it by herself because she would be studying her music.
Strong introvert.
That's right, yes.
We
as young folks, children, weren't allowed to go inside.
The Perry house.
That's right. And if they came to us, they were not allowed to go in. Julia, a lot of times, would stand on the steps, would be right there at the steps, not in. And then, of course, our porch kind of went around. It started on Berg and went right on Scott and went all around to Berg. It was one of those homes. So you had a chance there to see the street from both ways, And of course, when we would go down there, we could hear the music before we got there. But the music was always so beautiful, just so beautiful.
When Julia was 16 years old and a student at Central High School, tragedy struck. As you heard from Mrs. Averitt, all the Perry sisters were musical. The second oldest girl was an exceptional talent. She shared her mother's name, America Lois, but she went by Lois. Already at a young age, she taught piano in the prep division at the Cleveland Institute of Music. On a summer evening in 1940, returning from a trip to New York to extend her studies and to sing on the Major Bowes radio hour, she took a single-car, gasoline-powered passenger train known as the Doodlebug. It departed Hudson Station shortly before 6 p.m. on its 13-mile run to Akron. As the train approached Cuyahoga Falls, where there was just a single track used by trains in both directions, the Doodlebug should have pulled onto a side track to allow a freight train with 2 locomotives and 73 cars traveling from Columbus to Cleveland to pass in the opposite direction. But the Doodlebug did not pull into the siding, and the 2 trains collided head-on. None of the 43 passengers survived. Because the gasoline in a Doodlebug was stored in the front of the train, the impact created a particularly gruesome scene. The engineer leapt to safety and survived. He recalled receiving instructions in Hudson to pull onto the siding at Silver Lake, but he didn't remember passing Silver Lake Station. A subsequent investigation determined that carbon monoxide poisoning was the likely culprit, fogging the brain of the engineer, as had been suspected in other Doodlebug incidents. The family was shaken to the core by the loss of Lois, as Mrs. Avery reported to me, and the national notoriety of what came to be known as the Doodlebug disaster brought them unending pain. Lois's body was taken back to the ancestral Perry home in Lexington, Kentucky, and she was rarely mentioned again, as friends, including Mrs. Averitt, report. It is impossible to guess how this devastating loss affected the intensely private Julia Perry, the young adult. No one ever remembered Julia mentioning Lois again. Did the pain of this loss push her deeper into her music? Did it make her see the world as fundamentally unsafe? For someone so reluctant to enter into confiding relationships, did it cause her to find other ways to share herself, especially through her creative work? There's no way to know answers to any of these questions. The earliest preserved work of Julia Perry's that I know of, that I think has surfaced during this festival, is still the Prelude for Piano, composed when she was 21 or 22. This is, of course, the Experiential Orchestra's recording that came out last week of the Prelude for Strings, we call it. It's part of Julia Perry's essential voice, craftsmanship to the highest degree, concentration of feeling and form, her material distilled. One thing to notice right away is that her manuscript is precise, clear, easy to read, with straight lines, which on close inspection are drawn freehand, not with a ruler. This is worth remembering when we look at later manuscripts. Like all of her music, the Prelude for Piano is richly layered, but extremely concise. At the top of the page, you can see she's added something interesting in square brackets. Arrangement for string orchestra available. Did she make one and we can't find it? Or was she promising to make one available if requested? The orchestration you've just heard is not by Julia Perry, but by composer, violinist, educator, and conductor Roger Zahab, who's a key part of our team overall, helping to bring the music of Julia Perry out of the shadows. Roger attended the University of Akron, and he remembers Julia Perry, or her being there. His mother sang in the same choir that Julia Perry did, and his extensive editing and engraving, I've already mentioned, has helped enormously to move this work forward. Ladies and gentlemen, Roger Zahab. And Roger, I invite you to say whatever you like, but you know you have direct connections to the time, to the person, and to a great deal of her music, and your work on it has been key. So share what you wish.
The first thing I would say is that at the University of Akron, as an undergraduate between the years 74 and 78, I spent a lot of time in the music library, and it was there that I first saw scores, the published scores of Julia Perry's and the recording of the Stabat Mater and the Homunculus CF. And I was already very much interested in new music. And in 77 or 78, right before I graduated, my violin teacher, Paul Biss, had received the piano reduction of Julia Perry's violin concerto. It is a rental, as in those days, it was, I think, an Ozolid process, very large score with Carl Fischer scrawled on the front. And she had instructed her mother to send it to Paul Biss at the University of Akron in hopes that his wife, Miriam Fried, would play it. And when you see the score, it is neatly written, but for whatever reason, it looked too, they looked at it and they said, this isn't something we can use. And he knew from the first time I studied with him that I was very interested in new music, and I had already mentioned Julia Perry asking if there was any music that we could do in the undergraduate program. So he flagged me down as I was walking down the hall and said, we just got this, we can't do anything with it, but you might be interested. in it. And it was that reduction with her handwritten notes, a program note and corrections very carefully installed. There was a number for her house. I called it, and the woman introduced herself as Julia Perry's mother, America Perry, and I said, I have questions. I'd like to find out if I can perform this someday. And she said, well, Julia's right here. She can't talk, but she'll give you her answers to your questions. And the gist of this conversation was that Carl Fisher represents this work and others. And here's the number of the editor. At that time, it was Arthur Cohn. And there are other works in the American Music Center. And when I graduated, I went to SUNY at Stony Brook and spent a lot of time in New York City, which is my spiritual home somehow, and visited the American Music Center, and there discovered, I think those were the actual hard copies of the Symphony for violas and string basses, a number of the songs that were published, arrangements of spirituals, and By the Sea, the quartet for wind quintet, a work called The Beacon, and the Prelude for piano. I was given permission to make copies of those. And over the years since then, well, for the time that I lived in New York, gradually got more information, and then when I needed to take a break from New York, I went back to the University of Akron to start a new music group, and it was there that I performed some of those works. I had, over the years, a number of conversations, especially when I returned to Akron. I tracked down Lucy Perry Bigby and asked her about the remaining manuscripts, and she said that she had sent them to the Library of Congress and that Wayne Shirley would know was the person. And then I called Wayne Shirley up, and he was in great despair, saying, if I had known there was a package from Julia Perry, I'd be able to tell you yes, but I've received nothing. Let me see. So with all of these years, I talked to my mother, who remembers singing in the choir with Mabel Todd, who was Julia's choir director and evidently a major mentor. And my mother, who now at 97 doesn't remember things from yesterday, but still lights up with remembering how Mabel Todd was very strict in her rehearsals, even giving them less instructions on good posture, and I think at one point commanding singers to do push-ups or something on the floor. I don't know. My mother is not certain about what that was, but she remembers it anyway. She also remembered Julia Perry and her sister performing for the school, and she believes that Julia played the violin and her sister played piano. Also, when I returned to Akron, I tracked down Nellie Whitaker, a very well-known piano teacher, recently retired at that time, and I believe she is the person that Julia Perry showed her piano concerto to, with the hopes that she might play it. And it was a difficult conversation with Nellie on the phone because she got very agitated talking about the piano concerto, and I think that she felt that she had to justify the fact that she rejected it, and her words were, the masters didn't use numbers to write their music with. And I told Julia I couldn't do that, which of course was very heartbreaking for me. Having seen her violin concerto and over the years trying to find ways to bring it to performance. So I have one more and very short anecdote. I have a friend who is also about 97 who was a friend of Julia's and strove to sing her songs. A wonderful soprano named Jean Blair. And some decades ago, when the conversation of Julia Perry had come up in a party, I said, well, can you tell me anything about her? And Jean, who is very circumspect when talking about others, she's perfectly happy to make jokes at her own expense, but very unable to say indiscreet things about anyone else, just looked at me and said, Julia was very difficult. And she would not expand on that. So I think that judging from what I know of her work, that quality of precision, of uncompromising belief in her vision, and her substantial knowledge of how to notate and how to play the stuff that she wrote, made her unwilling to compromise for other people. So Nellie was not going to write something more easy to play or more tonal for Nellie. And I think that Jean Blair was trying to get Julia to give her some songs that would work at, like, say, at a Tuesday musical soiree or something. Okay, so the two things I want to say about the violin concerto is that my saga of bringing it to performance was partly bound up in trying to figure out how I could get the publisher to give me the materials. And when I called Arthur Cohn, it would have been in the late 70s, early 80s. He said, yes, why are you interested? And I said, it is a fascinating work to me. I would like to, at some point, bring it to performance. And he said, the materials are a mess. And essentially, don't bother. Now, I think that behind that was a difficulty in figuring out how those materials would be presented to an orchestra. And I think that anyone in this room looking at her materials has a good understanding both of the precision and of her constant revisions that she put her work to. I premiered the violin concerto in what I thought was its final form, and then only after I played it, the publisher said, well, you know, there are revisions. And they sent me a copy of the score in which, and this is just a very quick overview, all octave doublings were removed. There were two measures, the only two measures of transition from one section to another were excised, cut out, and all of the Italian dynamics were changed to English. Now this, as a composer, I know that there's a whole planet of stuff that I cannot see behind these changes. I understand that there were strong, compelling reasons for her to do this. I wish I had been able to talk to her about that. So there were the revised score that Carl Fischer had was sent to me. I completely revised the work, and then they said, oh, and then there's this letter of changes in 1978. Further erasures. And I beg anyone in the room to illuminate if you can come across any information about what was behind these actions, I would really love to know for my own peace of mind. I think that's all I can say right now. You can see that, I will say one thing. I want to thank my friend Aurora Manuel, who visited me. She's a violinist. She visited me in Akron and looked at the piano reduction, and I was very troubled. I said, I don't understand why this passage goes on so long. And anyone who knows the piece will know that it's in the cadenza at the end, which cycles through many key areas. And I said, I don't know, I don't feel right to cut it, but it's so hard. I was much younger then. And she looked at it, and she looked at me, and she said, she clearly understood what she was doing. Don't cut a note. And I finally came to my senses. I thank Aurora for setting me straight on that. Thank you all for listening.
So yes, Roger gave the premiere of the violin concerto with his orchestra at the University of Pittsburgh, but he was not conducting, he was playing the violin. And we would not have the violin concerto, at least we wouldn't have it today. And probably for a long time, who knows who would have had the patience. Roger's been working on that project, as you could hear, for about 50 years, almost 45 years. So we have it thanks to you, Roger. The most vivid picture that we have of Julia Perry is from her years living abroad. And I just wanted to create the big circle before we return to Akron to sort of create context for all of this. These were halcyon days for her, a composer flying high, admired as a soloist and as a lecturer, full of promise, full of confidence about her future. Life magazine came calling in Florence, including her in an article on creative American women overseas. They sent their top photographer based in Italy, David Lees. The image shows her with a calm but intense focus, uncompromising and self-composed, somehow fierce and placid at the same time. Those could also be terms to describe her music. This was at the time when she enjoyed enormous success with her Stabat Mater. Composer Perry was praised for her sensitivity to the text, and performer Perry for her arresting delivery as mezzo-soprano soloist. No recording of Julia Perry's singing voice has ever surfaced that I'm aware of. We all hope one day one will. Many have written eloquently about the Stabat Mater. Garrett had that great piece in the New York Times around the New York Philharmonic premiere of the work recently. It's her best-known work. One detail that has stood out to me in consideration, typical consideration of her love of language, she made her own English translation of the text, in which she introduces a word that does not exist in the original Latin. The word is love. Her version is, here inflamed I stand in the fire of love. The Stabat Mater is one of only 2 orchestral works that have received more than isolated performances over the years. The other is Short Piece for Orchestra, composed just a year later while she was also living in Italy. That concentrated, intense style is apparent again, as is proof that she is completely at home with the orchestra. For some years, Julia traveled principally between Italy, New York, and Akron, with various residencies and performances at music festivals, artist retreats, at MacDowell, as we will hear soon, and while making appearances in Europe, both as lecturer and as conductor, as an ambassador of the U.S. Information Agency. Shortly after her 30th birthday, she composed a work based on the writings of St. Catherine of Siena, a beloved figure in Italian literature. That is Louise Toppin as soloist to my right in the principal hall in the city of her birthplace. It was published by Southern Music Company, today is Pure Classical, shortly after she returned to the US. But performers took zero interest in it. The first and still the only performance of this work is the one that Louise Toppin and the Akron Symphony performed in the fall of 2022. A recording of our live performance has been released. Again here, Perry's choices in setting the text are deeply revealing. She extracted short lines from the massive numbers of letters that Catherine wrote to elders in the Catholic Church in the 14th century. It is hard not to look at those choices and speculate on what they might reveal about her beliefs, preoccupations, and state of mind. All creative work has autobiographical aspects. It always has something about who you are, what you value, what you want to say, and who you're writing for. This young composer, who preferred to be alone, as we've heard, who revealed so little of herself, chose these words of St. Catherine above all. Be silent no more. Cursed be you who kept silent. And love, 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 as you are loved beyond words. Here's just a short fragment of fragments, concluding with the words, amate, amate, amate. Love, love, love. (1954) was a busy year for Julia Perry. The Cask of Amontillado. In our next session today at 3:30, Garrett may touch on this. She returned to New York in part to attend a performance at Columbia University of this opera, based on the Edgar Allan Poe, The Cask of Amontillado, which was originally composed to her own adaptation of the text, writing in Italian. Stabat Mater was published in 1954, along with a few songs and choral works, and this is when she won the first of her 2 successive Guggenheim Fellowships, allowing her to continue her work in Italy off and on for several years. But over the next 5 years, she found that doors were not open to her in the US as they had been in Europe. Although she told Aaron Copland in 1954 that she did not want to teach, not if she could get around it, she began giving private piano lessons in New York. She returned to Akron in 1960, where she composed Homunculus CF for harp and 10 percussionists, which we've heard some of in Gayle Murchison's talk. She worked in an apartment over her father's doctor's office and described her inspiration in medical terms. These clinical surroundings evoked memories of the medieval laboratory where Wagner, youthful apprentice to Faust, made a successful alchemy experiment, fashioning and bringing to life a creature he called homunculus. Having selected percussion instruments for my formulae, then maneuvering and distilling them by means of the chord of the 15th, thus the CF of the title, this musical test tube baby was brought to life, close quote. Also in 1960 came the CRI recordings that we've heard mention of. One of her large-scale works was released first, and then one in 1961 and a third in 1965. These recordings were by well-respected performers on a well-regarded label, Composers Recording Inc., but still, they were specialty releases on a niche label. Nonetheless, what finally became available in recorded form were Stabat Mater, Short Piece for Orchestra, and Homunculus CF. The fact that it is these 3 works, and only these 3, that were performed with any frequency over the next 60 years shows the power of recordings in generating interest in new music. In 1964, one more orchestral work was accepted for publication by Southern Music Company, the Homage to Vivaldi, a revision of her previous Requiem for Orchestra, which likely had been performed once only at Cooper Union in New York in 1959. Incredibly, the revised version, Homage to Vivaldi, has still never received a single public performance. Akron Symphony did a private reading of it. It's more than a worthy work. It's a fascinating and highly listenable piece. We did a private reading of it, and our recording has been released, but that was the first time any orchestra had played it, according to Todd Vunderink, Vice President at Peer Music, who's been helpful to us in sorting out many of the catalog and intellectual property challenges. In 1965, the New York Philharmonic performed her, here it is, Homage to Vivaldi. There's something about her textural language that is identifiable. In 1965, the New York Philharmonic performed her short piece for orchestra. This performance is available on YouTube. It ended up being her last high-profile engagement. I imagine Garrett Schumann will no doubt cover some of the lengthy correspondence, between Julia Perry, Carlos Mosley, the managing director of the Philharmonic at the time, the orchestra's librarian who really supported her, and others. But it all reveals the great strain she was under at the time. The materials she sent for the orchestra members to play from were deemed unusable, impossible to decipher, and filled with errors. They ended up performing not her preferred revised version of the short piece, but an earlier version, easily distinguishable by the suspended cymbal stroke at the beginning. She also neglected to inform the Philharmonic that the work was controlled by its publisher, not by her. In addition, she asked for travel money to get from Akron to New York and received it, and then decided not to go. All evidence points to her dire financial situation. In 1968, she completed her violin concerto, a work that was picked up by Carl Fischer, as we've heard, but it never received a single performance until Roger Zahab gave the premiere in Pittsburgh in February of 2022. After the offer of publication from Carl Fischer, she received no further offers from publishers for the rest of her life. By the end of 1969, she had written a new 3-act play, 2 essays, a 3-act dramatic ritual, and her 8th symphony. She sent the symphony off to her primary publisher, who decided not to accept it and returned it by mail. In the spring of 1970, while living in Akron with her mother, she suffered the first of a series of strokes. It paralyzed her on the right side, leaving her unable to speak, and confining her to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. She learned to write with her left hand and continued composing at a remarkable clip. She wrote a number of pieces of chamber music, an additional 5 symphonies, and several works for marching band, hoping to earn income from high schools and universities. Working with her later compositions presents significant challenges, among them deciphering her handwritten scores post-stroke. Here's the final page of Symphony number 10, soul symphony. It's a long way from the clear hand and straight lines and even spacing of her earlier manuscripts. In fact, it's so unclear, and she knew it was, that she resorted to writing the letter names of the notes over the note heads. Here are the final bars of the Symphony No. 10 in one of our reading sessions in Akron. It's emblematic of the further refinement of her writing, typical of many of her later works. That direct, unfussy, unapologetic voice simply leaves off at the end without any need for a grand or summary statement. When she's done saying what she has to say, she just stops. To this point still, you'll find recordings of only a smattering of works on YouTube, Spotify, or Apple Music. These are only the pieces that have been published, which is a total of about 18 works. The Experiential Orchestra recording is a perfect start to rectifying this situation, but it's only the very beginning. The vast majority of her completed works remain unpublished, which leads to the biggest problem of all. By U.S. copyright law, all creative work, published or unpublished, is protected for the life of the author or composer plus 70 years. That means Julia Perry's music is protected through the year 2049. It cannot be published or recorded without permission of the heir or heirs of her estate. This gets to the real challenges that we faced in getting to know Julia Perry's music since her death in 1979. We haven't had access to it. After Julia died in 1979, her next older sister, Lucy, herself a talented musician and a longtime teacher in the Akron Public Schools, represented Julia Perry's interests. When Lucy died in 1991, the trail went cold. Both women died intestate. Without wills and with no heirs identified, there was no mechanism to secure permission to publish or record her music, or to call in manuscripts or papers from libraries and publishers' archives around the country without the authority to do so. It's been a hot mess. But we're getting very close in a very thrilling kind of way. You're about to hear from Louise, who can catch you up to the present moment in our efforts. This celebration and this festival couldn't have been timed better because I think we are really at the precipice. But if you'll allow me, before Louise says what's happening today, I'd like to just take another quick moment to give you some of the backstory because it's chilling. Remember that the last self-reported representative of Julia Perry's estate was her older sister, Lucy. Todd Vunderink of Peer Music reports that royalty checks collected from the purchase or rental of Julia Perry's music controlled by Peer were mailed to Lucy after Julia died. When Lucy died in 1991, no family members came forward as rightful heirs. The company made repeated efforts to identify heirs so that royalty payments could be distributed, but eventually resigned themselves to the idea that no heirs could be identified. They started escrowing those royalties from that time 63 years ago. In Akron, we began our efforts to untangle this Gordian mess with a search of the probate record. Judge Eleanor Marsh Stormer, probate judge of Summit County in Akron, conducted a thorough search herself and came up empty. We tried. she wrote at the time, but have nothing. She did not probate any property. We don't even have a certificate to transfer any property, which can happen without a will. And then the judge added a telling comment. It's very odd, as you would think a woman of her experience would have owned something in her own name. On the other hand, as a black single woman in the 1970s, she probably had limited access to property without a male co-signer. We sought information from publishers, from Akron General Hospital, where her father worked, from the church where her memorial service was held, from the university, and from people who knew the family, like Mrs. Ophelia Everett. We understood that Julia's younger sister was living in Shaker Heights, Ohio, and we also identified a niece. But we could not get beyond this basic information, despite extensive efforts. Then in May of 2022 came our breakthrough. The Akron Symphony scheduled private readings of several of the unpublished works. The Symphony for Violas and Basses, the Soul Symphony, 3 spirituals, 4 spirituals, Contretemps, which the Akron Symphony had commissioned of her in 1963, and Rodgers' arrangement of the Prelude for Strings. When I told musician, musicologist, and writer Angela Hammond of our plans, she immediately made arrangements to attend from Kentucky. While in Akron, Angela spent many hours poring over Summit County records. One afternoon, she texted me with great excitement saying, Lucy, sister's daughter, Rhoda, is alive. She may be in ill health because she's a ward of the state, but we have the name of her attorney. It is Kevin Davis, already been mentioned this morning. It took us a couple of weeks to make an appointment with Mr. Davis, and by the time we did, through a Zoom conference, he reported to us, yes, I have indeed been representing Lucy Perry Bigby's daughter, Rhoda, but I regret to inform you that she passed away last week. Several emails and follow-up Zooms have followed, and just to cut to the paper chase, an estate in Julia A. Perry's name was opened with Judge Stormer's approval, Kevin Davis, administrator. They are in the process of gathering and identifying assets of Julia Perry's estate. And because she was survived by her mother, Ohio law stipulates that Julia Perry's mother, America Lois Heath Perry, was Julia's sole heir when she died. Once all Julia's assets are gathered into her estate, Judge Stormer will approve the opening of an estate in her mother's name, and assets will be distributed from the daughter's estate to the mother's. At that time, the mother's heirs will be identified and appropriate distributions made to them. Got it? Good. So there we are up until the latest activities, and I just want to reintroduce the star in our whole solar system, who's not-for-profit, has been playing a central role in getting us finally to the promised land. Louise Toppin.
Thank you. We're still working on it. If you see me checking my phone throughout the day, I'm getting texts still about this. But I want to thank Christopher and all the work that he and the Akron Symphony and Roger have done to make sure that Julia Perry's works are being excavated. You see how difficult this process has been, and it's not over. But we are at the point that we are working with my nonprofit, Videmus, has been committed to African American and underrepresented composers since 1986. And we, as a team, James and Christopher and I, talked about the fact that we want to make sure that the money gets to the Perry family. We don't want it to get tied up in the major profits for yet another company that doesn't really care about the composers, but we really want to make sure that this goes to the family. So that's what we've been working on. We have, I think we are just about there in terms of the clarity of copyright so that we will be able to open access to publishing. And that was hopefully going to happen in the next few minutes, but we think we might have something to say this evening, we hope, because they are actively working on it right this minute. So stay tuned a little bit later.
And another thing I wanted to say, that our commitment is to publish all the work, which probably no publisher is going to commit to doing that unless they think they can get a return on investment. But what we're committed to doing is publishing the entire catalog. So that's another advantage of Videmus being in control of the process.
Correct. And I do also want to give thanks not only to Roger and Hamilton, who have done work in terms of having to read these handwritings and create it, but I also want to give a shout out to Marshall Butler, who is my wonderful man, and he has been the performances you're going to hear tonight. The quinary was in that last handwriting where you can barely see with the left hand, and he has meticulously, with Donnie Ray Albert, who you will hear tonight, they've been trying to read the handwriting, and Marshall has re-engraved all the songs, so they are actually readable now and will be performed this evening. So there have been a lot of people with their hands in making this happen, and we're so grateful to all of you for that very process, but we'll make a clear announcement, we hope, before the festival is over. So with that, would you like to take some questions? I see a hand going up already for either Roger or Christopher or myself. Is that a hand? Oh, she was clapping, I'm sorry. But thank you for the wonderful presentation. Are there any questions for Christopher or Roger, I would say particularly? Wow, we must have really been clear. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. You have a couple of minutes break, and then we'll resume with Garrett.
Great.
All right, we're going to resume. If you're ready to resume, we're going to have a wonderful conversation with, or a presentation from Garrett Schumann, who is a lecturer at the University of Michigan and is one of the voices that talked to me a lot about Julia Perry when I was there, and I heard him do a wonderful lecture on several composers, including Lusitano, where he and his collaborator have corrected the record on Lusitano being a person of color and putting that into Groves and changing that narrative for our historiography. But I'm pleased to introduce Garrett Schumann, who's going to talk to us about Julia Perry in New York. Garrett.
Thank you all so much. Before I begin, I first want to say hello, Isaac. My 4-year-old is watching at home, I think, so with Mom. So thank you for streaming this so my son can see me do this and get bored. You can see my contact information is up here. I did publish the transcript of my talk today on my website as a blog post, so if you want to revisit it, you can find it there. My plan is to talk for about 35 minutes, so we have a chance for Q&A. And so to begin, I would like to thank Louise for inviting me to participate in this extraordinary symposium. I'm humbled to be here alongside the other speakers who presented earlier today and those who are yet to share their expertise. As you can see from this title slide, I'm here to talk about what I found regarding Julia Perry's musical experiences in New York. This festival is not only a monumental moment in her legacy as a composer, it also rivals the heights of her success in the city. All of us, the performers, presenters, and audiences at this centenary celebration are making history for Julia Perry this week. Thank you for being here and helping me participate in that magic this afternoon. Although we've learned a lot about Julia Perry today, or maybe you came here knowing a lot about her, I still feel like I should introduce her, or rather, I'm going to let Julia have the chance to introduce herself. In her own words and her own voice, exactly as she did to an audience of around 900 New Yorkers at Columbia University's Macmillan Theater on the evening of Saturday, February 20th, 1954. What you're about to hear, I have to come out of this, comes from archival audio of the post-concert talk following a performance of Perry's Stabat Mater and George Antheil's Ballet Mécanique. Julia is on stage, seated between Antheil and Aaron Copeland, who moderates the discussion, and you will also hear an unidentified voice assisting Copeland.
At the end, I think if we have the two between us, I think that's the best way. All right. I feel so speechless with the entire situation that I'm going to hand the entire situation over to our moderator, Aaron Copeland.
We generally begin these post-concert forums by trying to elicit as painlessly as possible from the composers themselves some of the biographical data that everybody's always curious to know. Miss Perry, since you're right next to me, perhaps you'd like to, or perhaps you'd be kind enough to, tell us where you come from and something about your studies and maybe where you're heading for.
Well, I can tell you from where I come and something about my studies, but where I'm heading, I don't know. My home is Akron, Ohio, and I went to Westminster Choir College in 1947, or rather graduated in 1947, and received a master's degree in 1948. In 1950, I went to Juilliard and studied orchestral conducting. 51, the summer of 51, I received a scholarship to Tanglewood and studied with Luigi Dalla Piccola. From there, I went to Florence and stayed nearly 2 years, returning last August. That's about all.
Are you really going to be that modest about what your ideals are for the future, what you hope to do? Are you planning to teach?
Well, if I can get around it, no. I want to return to Europe, if I can, to Florence, and continue with Dalla Piccola for a while longer.
Mm-hmm. What did you write while you were working with Mr. Dalla Piccola?
I wrote a piece for orchestra. I call it a piece for orchestra. I could call it an episode or Green on Green or something, but I just chose it. And a work based on letters of St. Catherine of Siena for solo voice, chorus, and chamber orchestra, and a one-act opera by one of our American writers, Edgar Allan Poe. And at present, I'm working on a string quartet.
My favorite thing about that recording is how it shows us Julia Perry's personality, her charm, and her sense of humor. This performance was a significant milestone in her career, especially with respect to her opportunities in New York City, and it was so successful that Columbia University invited her back later the same year, 1954, for the world premiere of the opera we heard her mention, The Cask of Amontillado. I think it is also important to point out how she sounds like a peer to Copland, and that he treats her respectfully, if not also a little playfully. The audience clearly receives her well, which suggests fondness for the Stabat Mater they would have just heard. And critic Ross Parmenter wrote favorably about Perry's composition in his New York Times review. Julia Perry's February 1954 appearance at Columbia marks the beginning of what we can see as the most successful decade of her career, both in New York and elsewhere. When this period concludes in 1965, it will be evident that she has a much less friendly relationship with the city's major music institutions. We can also glean from the way Julia introduced herself in this post-concert talk that place occupied a large role in her life, at least inasmuch as she worked extensively in Europe and the United States throughout the 1950s. But Julia Perry's journey to that stage at Columbia begins much earlier. By now, we already know that she was born in Lexington, Kentucky. Dr. Angela Hammond will talk in the 4:30 session about the Perry family's incredible history there and Julia's connection to that place. Right before I began speaking, Christopher Wilkins of the Akron Symphony gave a wonderful talk about the significance of Akron, Ohio to Perry's life, which endures to this day. This is where we find the origins of Julia's relationship to New York City as a meaningful site for her musical activity. Even when Julia was most known and celebrated in Ohio as a talented young musician with equally impressive sisters from a prominent Black family, New York City loomed as a significant destination. This 1945 article in the Cleveland Call and Post details how the Perrys and their community saw New York as a proving ground for Julia's musical career, a path her older sister Clara had already forged through vocal performance studies at Juilliard and Columbia. The author describes that Julia would visit New York City regularly while she was a student at Westminster Choir College. In fact, the feature's subheadline alludes to a notable episode from the spring of 1945, in which Julia gave an impromptu vocal performance not far from here at Greenwich Village's Cafe Society nightclub, the first integrated establishment of its kind in the United States. Julia singing impressed pianist Dorothy Donegan so much that she offered Perry $250 a week to perform there for the summer. That's a lot of money now, and I'm sure it was then. The article states, "It made me feel awfully good," Julia laughs, "but I didn't consider it. She was probably only fooling anyway." We know from the archival audio we just listened to that Perry studied orchestral conducting at Juilliard in 1950, and she made her concert debut as a composer in New York the previous year with pianist Mark Dalbert's performance of a solo work entitled Lament at Town Hall on December 11th, 1949. A relevant notice in the New York Times acknowledges this performance as the work's New York premiere. In April 1950, Perry had 2 pieces performed in as many days. The cantata Ruth appeared in concert at Riverside Church on April 16th, and then vocalist Virginia Shuey performed 2 unnamed, quote, manuscript songs of Perry's at the Barbizon Hotel on April 18th. This period of New York performances continues in January 1951 with Perry's first appearance on a town hall program. Her music is featured on 2 concerts in 1952, including her Carnegie Hall debut and a showcase of composers carried by the publisher Southern Music. And in 1953, soprano Adele Addison, who may have been a classmate of Perry's at Westminster Choir College, performs 2 spirituals at Town Hall. This initial phase in Perry's New York career establishes a few important and lasting trends. First, it doesn't take long for her music to find itself in major New York venues. Second, her vocal music, namely songs and spiritual arrangements, is very popular. And third, singers, especially Black women, were her strongest advocates. Ella Belle Davis, who was the first Black soprano to star in a production of Giuseppe Verdi's opera Aida, takes Perry's song on a tour that includes stops in Boston and Atlanta. Adele Addison is another emerging Black soprano of this period. These examples evidence an additional trend with respect to the significance of Black newspapers as documents of Perry's career and musical activity. My primary sources for the performance data I reference in this talk come from historical newspapers I accessed via ProQuest. I will also share several items from the New York Philharmonic Archives when I discuss the months leading up to the orchestra's fateful 1965 performance of Perry's Study for Orchestra. But my approach today and its dependence on contemporaneous newspaper reviews and advertisements underscores the value of publications like the New York Amsterdam News. Without it and its peers across the country, we would know so much less about the impact of Julia Perry's music. I've already stated that 1954 was a big year for Julia Perry in New York, and it began with the Columbia University presentation of Stabat Mater that February, which featured Virginia Shuey as soloist. This work will become Perry's most popular in the city of all time. Of the other 3 concerts featuring her music in 1954, I want to direct special attention to the event that took place at the Community Church of New York in April. Here, the legendary African-American violinist and composer, Clarence Cameron White, whom Philip Ewell mentioned in his presentation, conducted a concert of Black composers' music across 2 generations, including works by Perry, Margaret Bonds, and William Grant Still. The remainder of this decade extends the aforementioned trend of interest in Perry's vocal music, as well as her appearances at major New York City venues. Shirley Verrett's 1963 recital at Lincoln Center's Philharmonic Hall, for instance, marks Perry's debut as a composer there. The Stabat Mater is also very popular at this time, and for those of you curious to learn more about that piece, Tad Biggs will present an in-depth analysis in the next session. Betty Allen's 2 town hall performances of Stabat Mater in 1958 mark the start of the singer's multi-decade attachment to Perry's music. Allen also gave Stabat Mater's Chicago premiere in 1970. Ross Parmenter, the same New York Times critic who covered Julia Perry's first appearance at Columbia, also reviewed Allen's December 1958 performance of Stabat Mater and was very positive. Quote, "The poem tells of Mary's sorrows as she stood at the cross. Miss Perry obviously has imagined them deeply, and the intensity of her feeling, frequently conveyed through vividly expressive string coloration, makes her work impressive, even though at times it seems to be somewhat lacking in form. Combined with this, she knows, being a singer herself, how to write effective declamation for the voice. The work was brilliantly sung by Miss Allen, and it had a marked success with the audience." This period from between 1954 and 1964 also sees more attention paid to Perry's instrumental and ensemble music. In 1955, Short Piece for Orchestra received its first New York performance at Town Hall. In 1959, an orchestral work entitled Requiem for Orchestra, which, as Chris discussed, is now known as Homage to Vivaldi, received its world premiere at Cooper Union. And in 1962, Perry's flute septet, which we also know as pastoral, appeared at Columbia University, the last time her music is played there in her lifetime. You can hear pastoral tonight at the chamber concert in Tishman Auditorium. The peak of Perry's decade of success comes in 1964, when she receives a citation from the National Institute for the Arts. Shown here, an announcement of her award held in conductor William Steinberg's papers in the New York Philharmonic Archives praises Perry's artistry and vision. Quote, "A fine composer whose works display the unusual combination of being truly original and at the same time widely accepted. Whatever she undertakes is forceful and right." This award is, like Perry's endearing post-concert talk at Columbia from a decade earlier, an important moment of legitimation, signifying her well-deserved place in the most privileged echelons of American musical life. To this end, Perry's communication with the New York Philharmonic leading into their 1965 performance of Study for Orchestra, a new orchestration of a 1952 work entitled Short Piece for Orchestra, as we heard Chris discuss, suggests this commendation helped persuade conductor William Steinberg to take interest in Perry's music. She received her award from the National Institute for the Arts on May 20th, 1964, and she began corresponding with the Philharmonic about Study around 1 month later, on June 23rd. Ironically, Julia Perry's contact with the New York Philharmonic represents the end of her meaningful experiences in this city. Correspondence between Perry and the orchestra indicates frustration was present from the beginning of their collaboration. Despite being honored to have the Philharmonic take interest in Study, Julia desperately wanted them to play a newer work called Liberation for Orchestra, and attempted to change William Steinberg's mind throughout the summer of 1964. This undated, handwritten note from Julia to New York Philharmonic Managing Director Carlos Mosley describes her unsuccessful effort to speak with Leonard Bernstein about Liberation at the National Institute for the Arts award ceremony. Quote, "Please submit my orchestral score, Liberation, to Leonard Bernstein. At the May ceremonial of the National Institute of the Arts and Letters, before I could disengage myself from the congratulatory aggregation comprised of Quincy Parker, Yale University, Otto Luning, Columbia University, Lillian Hellman, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera." I love that she did 3 et ceteras. Mr. Bernstein exited before I had the opportunity to speak with him about my Liberation for Orchestra. On August 6, 1964, Julia sent a telegram additionally advocating for Liberation, noting that it is the same length and instrumentation as Study. 8 days later, Mosley replied and reiterated Steinberg's programming choice. And an administrative memo from September 16th notes that Julia dropped off part of the score for Liberation at the Philharmonic offices, ostensibly to show her ability as a copyist, but also perhaps in a final attempt to convince the orchestra to program that work. One interesting detail from the documents held in the New York Philharmonic Archives is that there are 2 copies of this handwritten note, one of which is completely crossed out. And I don't know why, but it's there. The aforementioned memo from September 16, 1964, is also the first instance noting Perry's economic insecurity at this time. Quote, "She expressed then, and later more urgently in a telephone call, her drastic financial situation, in the hope that the money we had originally said would be forthcoming would actually be given to her before the week is out. She is very low on funds." 2 days later, Carlos Mosley sent Julia a check for $50, 1/3 of the overall payment the Philharmonic offered her to provide new parts for Study by November 1st. Newspaper reports from 1942 onward repeatedly describe Julia's need for scholarship and community support to participate in various opportunities. In 1961, she ran an advertisement in the New York Amsterdam News announcing a teaching studio, and we have already heard her say teaching is something she hoped to avoid. But despite this effort, her longstanding international career, and the $2,500 stipend that came with her award from the National Institute for the Arts, money remained a problem for Perry in 1964 and 1965. She sent multiple collect telegrams to New York Philharmonic staff in this period, and the handwritten note we looked at earlier, which likely dates from the summer or fall of 1964, describes her inability to afford $15 reproduction costs from a printing service in Akron. A dilemma emerged in which Perry could not pay for a copyist to create parts for study, nor was she able to do this herself to the satisfaction of the Philharmonic's librarians. A letter the orchestra sent Julia on November 5th, 1964, a few days after she had delivered a set of self-produced parts, lists many unacceptable issues. I believe that's the document Chris showed us in his talk. An internal communique from November 30th, presumably sent by one of the orchestra librarians to Carlos Mosley, reveals more consternation between the New York Philharmonic organization and Julia Perry caused by her financial needs, personality, and the unresolved question of the parts for study. Quote, Miss Perry seems to move about a great deal without any warning. She called the first time from the McDowell colony and then from New York. And it continues, quote, Miss Perry has again called today. She's in New York indefinitely. What she wants is for us to do the necessary copying job and deduct $50 from her fee. If Miss Perry wants Joe to do this, all well and good. Joe will have to have a chance to sit down and analyze the amount of work, which will be over $50. Miss Perry is pushing us for an answer. A contentious letter from William Weisel, an assistant to Carlos Mosley, to Julia Perry, dated January 7th, 1965, further reflects the friction between the composer and orchestra administrators, but a handwritten note she sent to William Steinberg in December 1964 is much warmer in tone, and also references the score to her Piano Concerto No. 2, which she sent Steinberg to consider for future programming. Despite the challenges indicated by these communications, they solved the problem of the parts for study, and the New York Philharmonic was able to perform it on May 6th, 7th, 8th, and 10th of 1965. The first three of these concerts featured Van Cliburn performing Beethoven's Piano Concerto No. 4 in G major, and the last featured Itzhak Perlman performing Bruch's Violin Concerto No. 1 in G minor. It seems possible the orchestra's goal was to highlight rising stars of American classical music. Princess Benedicta of Denmark attended the concert on May 6th, but Julia Perry was present for none. Perry resided at the Tatham House on East 38th Street in Manhattan through at least January 1965. But by May, she had returned to Akron, and although the Philharmonic offered to cover the costs of her travel to New York, she was unable to attend these performances. This collect telegram she sent Carlos Mosley on May 29th outlines her desperate financial situation. Quote, unemployed at this time, I am without barest essentials. Please wire me the $125 check, which would have been allotted to me as guest of the Philharmonic if I could have afforded the trip for performance on May 6th and 7th. Mosley responded in a letter dated June 1st that informed Julia any additional payments from the orchestra would not be possible. But he hoped she would, quote, find a rapid solution to her problems. She did not. On October 16, 1965, Julia Perry placed a classified ad in the Cleveland Call and Post offering her self-made language dictionaries totaling 15,000 words for $500. Julia's other communications with the New York Philharmonic in May 1965 also include multiple overtures for continued work with the ensemble, either as a conductor or composer. A telegram she sent on May 26th indicates it accompanied a copy of the score to her third symphony, which she describes as being, quote, 20 minutes long. As far as I can tell from newspaper sources, Perry's music received only 4 more performances in New York City before her death. We have the one performance on October 10th of 1965, but besides that, her music appears to have fallen silent in New York and did not return there until soprano Juanita King's 1970 Carnegie Hall recital that featured Perry's By the Sea. Many of you may have heard Laquita Mitchell sing this piece beautifully alongside pianist Samantha Ege last night. It appears Study for Orchestra was not heard again in New York until the year 2000, and it took until 2022 for the New York Philharmonic to program it once more. One factor for this decline in the popularity of Perry's music in New York may have been many years of bad reviews in mainstream outlets. And to paraphrase Philip Ewell, when I say mainstream, I mean white newspapers. So. Even Study drew negative comments from New York Times critic Harold Schonberg in 1965. Quote, Miss Perry's Study for Orchestra starts out in a buoyant manner and then bogs down, never fulfilling the promise of its initial statement. The harmonic idiom is neutral, modern, but not too modern, lacking punch and personality. Melodically, the piece is uninteresting. I've already mentioned Perry's relationship to the New York Times through critic Ross Parmenter, who wrote fondly about Stabat Mater twice in the 1950s. But he was an outlier among his colleagues. For instance, Parmenter essentially reviewed the same piece as Schonberg in February 1955, when Thomas Sherman conducted Perry's short piece for orchestra, the original version of Study, at Town Hall. Unlike Schonberg 10 years later, Parmenter's review was extremely positive. Quote, this is a piece that is gentle and spirited by turns. It has plenty of material and perhaps could have been longer to its own advantage, for Miss Perry is both gifted and individual in style. We find a similar phenomenon in 1958 involving Betty Allen's two performances of Perry's Stabat Mater at Town Hall. We have already seen Parmenter's complimentary review of the concert from December of that year, but Allen also performed the piece in January with a string quartet. And another New York Times critic received Perry's music very differently. Quote, Miss Perry's Stabat Mater is essentially an unvocal piece, full of awkward leaps and difficult intervals. Miss Allen, assisted by the Beaux Arts Quartet, performed the work without evident strain, even adding vocal refinements that made the music sound better than it deserved to. There was so much enthusiasm at the work's conclusion, but one could not help suspecting it was for the soloist rather than the composition. After the Stabat Mater, it was a pleasure to hear some music. When Julia Perry died in 1979, the only New York newspaper to publish an obituary that I have found was the New York Amsterdam News. Their legendary critic, Raoul Abdul, wrote effusively about Perry on multiple occasions, including 2 remembrances the year she died. Coincidentally, Abdul attended the same 1958 performance of Stabat Mater featuring Betty Allen at Town Hall that Ross Parmenter praised. And it seems that this is the moment Abdul fell in love with Perry's music. As he wrote in 1976, quote, I first heard Miss Perry's work on a Clarion concert in 1958. On that evening at Town Hall, it was immediately clear that here was a composer of great individuality, daring, and technical skill. As I mentioned earlier, almost all of Julia Perry's biggest advocates on stage and in the press during her life were African American. In contrast to the isolated support she received from mainstream journalists, African American newspapers covered and supported Perry's career consistently, both in local publications like the Cleveland Call and Post, and in nationally syndicated columns like Nora Holt's Major and Minor. For example, when the New York Times panned Perry's opera The Cask of Amontillado in 1954, The Call in Kansas City, a weekly African American paper, published a response in her defense. There was almost uniform pride in Perry's successes and notoriety amongst black media of this time, and the same cannot be said for white-led outlets. This discrepancy is a notable indication of the negative impact segregation and racialized discrimination had on Perry's career. Prior to 2024, I found evidence of only 8 posthumous performances of Julia Perry's music in New York City. As comprehensive as I feel my methods were, I must acknowledge that there are probably some smaller concerts and recitals I missed because they were not recorded in newspapers I could access. Moreover, Perry's music did find its way onto some programs in a handful of other American cities after her death, But what we see in New York in this period aligns with the broader erosion of interest in her music from 1979 onward. Overall, I found 32 programs with Perry's music in New York City concert venues over the last 75 years. This graphic delineates the performances that happened during Julia's life with a solid outline and the posthumous presentations with a dotted outline. Vocal music dominates, and the Stabat Mater is by far her most popular work here, with 9 appearances. Only 8 events, 1/4 of the total shown, have taken place in the 45 years since Julia Perry died. And 2/3 of these performances came in 1965 or earlier. If that is when she left New York for good, then it seems fairly clear that she was the primary driver of her music's life in this city. Although some strong connections endured among certain vocal soloists and around the popular Stabat Mater, Julia simply lacked enough support to either stay in New York permanently or continue her success there in absentia. But that may change this week with this festival's incredible series of performances, which represent the greatest concentration of her music in this place at any point in her life or posthumous legacy. Hopefully the advocacy of the musicians here, others around the country, and even more around the world who will celebrate Julia Perry's centenary this year, along with the new increasing accessibility of her scores, will lead us into an unprecedented period of engagement with her music. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that fascinating talk about New York and where the small number of scores that have been performed in that time. That slide in itself was shocking to me to see that. I would be remiss if I didn't remember to say that there are 2 scholars I forgot to mention earlier, and it reminded me when he said that. Kendra Leonard is one of the scholars who has been pushing online, and I see many nods, so we know who she is, and I wanted to make sure that we did acknowledge the work that she has been doing to bring Julia Perry scores into our consciousness. The other person was mentioned briefly in someone's talk, I think it was yours, Samantha, Michelle Edwards, it was Gayle that said her. She wrote the article for the International Dictionary of Black Musicians, and I wanted to acknowledge her because she reached out when I got to Manchester and was very interested in watching. So I think she watched the films even though she couldn't come across the pond to be with us. But she has been an active, again, advocate for Julia Perry's music, and I just wanted to acknowledge anybody that I am conscious of that has been doing years and years of work. I wanted to give us a chance to have questions for Dr. Schumann. So if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to let him take some questions. We have a few minutes. Yes.
I got it.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, great presentation. Thank you for that. And I just wanted to address the et ceteras from the National Institute, because I was fortunate to have won a prize from the American Academy, and it's right up at Audubon Plaza. And I just wanted everyone to know the kinds of people that would have been in the room. I got to meet Ralph Ellison that day, and Ralph Ellison was at that 1964 event.
I think James Baldwin was too.
And Baldwin, and there's Otto Luning was there. Sam Barber would have been in the room. Yeah, I mean, Bernstein, Copeland, you know, and the way people interact in that room, one would have expected after 1964 for everything to sort of really go in quite a positive direction. And I'm just kind of wondering why those points of influence didn't sort of reroute everything. Do you have any suspicion?
I have thoughts. I mean, I think the writer Michelle Alexander, who wrote the book The New Jim Crow, she gave a talk at the University of Michigan on MLK Day this year, and she said something that I've thought about a lot when doing this work with Julia Perry or other composers of African descent, like Louise. When she introduced me, she's mentioned that I've done a lot of work with 16th century Afro-Portuguese composer Vicente Lusitano. And Michelle Alexander talked about people being placed in, where disposable groups of people being defined by cultures, systems, and she was specifically talking about capitalism. But I think in a broader sense, we can see that Julia Perry, for the establishment, was kind of a disposable figure. She wins an award from the National Institute for the Arts, and that gets the New York Philharmonic interested, but they don't commission a new piece. They don't listen to her when she's like, please play this other piece of mine. And I think there continue to be examples of this that, and her life shows an earlier generation of the same behavior of white-led classical music institutions being unwilling to extend the same agency to black composers, black performers, as they do white composers and performers. And I think she was obviously celebrated. She won the Guggenheims. Chris talked about that. She was covered a lot, in addition to one of the voices in the 1950s, in addition to Ross Parmenter, as a white journalist who was a fan of her music, that I found. He was not relevant to this presentation because he didn't write in New York, but was Harold Rogers of the Christian Science Monitor in Boston, who wrote multiple things about her, or like in a review of a recording, like referred to a conversation he had with Julia Perry when she was at Tanglewood. There were some people who were powerful and white who really, really, really liked her music, but most were happy to have her around and unconcerned when those interactions ended. And I think she just needed more support. I mean, the language in her communications with the New York Philharmonic is very plain and very desperate. And I understand that their position, the Philharmonic's position, is that they had limits of what support they could provide because of what they were as an organization, which makes sense, but is also a choice that they decided to make. I'm sure that through their history, they've gone beyond those limits for some people, but they did not for Julia Perry. And I think it was just not a survivable experience for her. I also don't know what the state of her health was at this time, so. Gayle.
I was going to just add to that. It reminds me of what Florence Price went through, where she's trying to get performances beyond her first. I mean, you don't want to think conspiracy, but almost to that thought of, okay, you got one, that's enough. You've done enough.
Yes.
Is what's
well, and the people who program her music more than once are mostly singers and mostly black singers, who take it seriously to be more inclusive on their programming. So
it's interesting because I was thinking a couple of things. One, the treatment of her reminds me a lot about what happened to William Grant Still before World War II, and ultimately he leaves New York for the West Coast. And then also thinking about black composers who were still in New York around this time. For example, Ulysses Kay and Hale Smith. And both of them ended up working in industry. Like, for example, I think Hale Smith...
he was publishing.
Yeah, he was in publishing. Ulysses Kay, he also did something with publishing.
Some film music?
Yeah, film stuff. Yeah, and maybe taught briefly in one of the, I want to say the CUNY system, but I might be wrong with that. But they were able to sustain themselves by doing very mundane kinds of work, like editing and pushing papers and that sort of thing. And one wonders whether or not that, and then going back to what Phil Ewell said earlier about the aspect, and Angela, about the aspects of gender, about not even those paths to at least be able to pay the bills would have been open to her, whether or not, because I don't think I've ever read about even a white female composer who was able to get those kinds of positions.
And we heard when she introduced herself in 1954, she was determined not to have to do other work besides being a composer, and I think she was really determined to have that be her a very admirable skill. I mean, an admirable goal in most contexts. But maybe if she had been, maybe she could have been flexible, or maybe there just weren't other opportunities.
But I was also thinking about the other piece with what the examples you gave of Smith and Kay. They also had working spouses. She's the only one we were just talking about that was a single person, and it did make a difference for those black composers who had, I know Juanita Smith, as she used to talk about working with the UN and things, that she had a job. So even if he was off composing, there was still an income coming in, whereas Julia Perry had to rely on herself and her family.
And to add to that, Abe Perry had just died. And her mother had been a homemaker. She had been taking care of those girls. All of her sisters were married or had jobs. They had husbands. Julia was the only one without a husband, and her mother could not support her at that point. I believe he died in 61, right?
Maybe that's why she had so much trouble with money, that she had to cover not just her own costs, but also her family's.
Yeah, because we have evidence that Abe paid for everybody in the family, his brother-in-law, everybody. But once he died, that was cut off.
Samantha's had her hand raised.
I was going to try to slide over there to run it in front of you.
Thank you. Something clicked as you were talking, a project that I did a few years ago on Nora Holt's radio show in New York. And I realized that I have listened to Margaret Bonds and Adele Harrison perform and sing By the Sea.
Oh.
And I wish that had clicked just before my performance, because that would have been really helpful. But I'm thinking about, like through my area of research around Florence Price and Nora Holt and that circle, Florence Price's story is quite different when told through a black woman's lens. So instead of thinking about all the ways in which she didn't measure up to white society and white patriarchy, the story is very different in the context of black women's ambition and excellence. So I was just wondering if Julia Perry's story changes when we are less preoccupied with the ways in which she didn't make it in a very hostile environment, and just thinking about women like Nora Holt, Margaret Bonds actually playing her music on national radio. How does that story change, if at all?
I think that's a wonderful point. In my research, you see that very present in the way black newspapers wrote about her. She's constantly mentioned, there was a question earlier about like Julia being in community with other composers and maybe other black composers, and this is intimated by our discussion of Hale Smith and Ulysses Kay. She's constantly mentioned alongside these people. There was one, I can't remember, one place like put her in the top 3 black composers in America, and it was like 2 men and Julia Perry. And the support for her, like she's constantly celebrated in those places. And so you can see that taking a different perspective, even during her life, she was not considered a composer who didn't accomplish things. She was like, look at this amazing person who's accomplished so much. That's why that newspaper in Kansas City wrote a defense of the New York Times bad review of the Cask of Amontillado, because it's like, we don't understand how you could not like this piece. So,
Garrett, I'm going to jump in and just make a comment also. I think a lot of people want to say things here. Thank you. That was great. And this is just a comment. It's really not a question. It was to say thank you for citing the black press, which is obviously a far more, well, it's going to be fairer to a composer like Julia Perry. And I would go back to something that James actually opened with this morning in his comment about, he said he'd talked to somebody on the phone and they asked him point blank, yeah, but is the music any good? It's such a loaded question, and I just want to tap the brakes on that and unpack it for just a moment. My response now I'm 58 years old, so I'm getting wily in my old age. My response to that person would be, let's just talk about Puccini's La Boheme, and I'm going to ask you a question. Is it any good? That's what I would ask that person, to put them on their back heel a little bit, because like, well, what do you mean it's La Boheme? I mean, yeah, I know, but you didn't answer the question. Is it any good? And just to reframe the methodology, the guardrails by which we judge music historically. Obviously, that person who's asking James, who's I think not here, he stepped out, is judging it by the Beethoven, Mozart, Puccini standards. We all know that, which are in fact white standards. They are also male standards. These things need to be said explicitly. Mm-hmm. And I think it's really important to have that moment of pushback early, because if we walk down that path and try to convince somebody who asked us the question whether Julia Perry's music is any good, we've lost the battle before it began. The person has all of the data to potentially strike Julia Perry off of the ledger. It's actually quite easy if that's the framework that we're judging things by, which is why I, in my wily 58 years, would immediately just say, let's talk about La Boheme. Because I want that person to think to themselves, who told me that I actually don't like La Boheme. I played it in the pit, I know it quite well, and I just don't like the piece. Okay, there it is, I said it.
Once more, that you're the most.
Although I do kind of like Tosca, so there, I said that too. But to finish the point, and I don't want to take up all the time. The point is, I'm willing to acknowledge that my feelings about Puccini are my opinions. That's it. They're just my opinions. Whereas when we talk with somebody like that person on the phone, who James wisely remained nameless, it's not opinion. It's time that's decided. It's greatness. It's blah, 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 words, gaslight, 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 right? So I just want to make that point that going to the black press is a great way to somehow ameliorate some of these preordained, these things that are so rarely questioned that we all have to question if we are discussing a composer like Julia Perry. Thanks.
And the examples that I found of like two completely opposed reviews of the same piece in the New York Times. Like, there's conflict in these reviews, and the playground of opinions that is these qualitative analyses of like whether music is good. That's like really evident in those moments. So, yeah, thank you, Phil. I like that.
Garrett, is there anything you're willing to share about how do you go about researching how many performances of Julia Perry there were between 1949 and 2023? I don't think I'd know how to do that.
It's not very glamorous. It involves going to ProQuest and doing a search, Julia Perry quotes, composer quotes, historical newspapers for this time period, and clicking on a lot of links and being like, oh, this is a duplication of something and that sort of thing. I did like Julia Perry composer, Julia Perry concert, Julia Perry recital. And I was like, I think that's enough. But I'm sure there are things that I missed. I mean, I know there was like the performance of Pastoral at Columbia in 1962 came up as on my last search. I had totally missed that. Adele Addison's performance in 1953 of Free at Last, I had missed that too. So there are probably things that I missed, but it was just a very time-consuming clicking on things on ProQuest. And ProQuest doesn't have every newspaper either, so. But I think this is a pretty good picture, if I say so myself. So,
part of your research certainly brought to mind, I come from the discipline of the history of art, and criticism is also very subjective, particularly with the very strong schools of thought. However, the review that you had from the Times, particularly the end line where music could be heard again. And I'm curious if you have other examples of those reviewers that make the categorical distinction. Not just the pieces they don't like, that they don't think are successful, but actually take it outside of the category of music as they do in that review. Because that is the unambiguous bigotry just sort of shining through. Well, this is not simply saying it's a bad painting, a bad work of music. It is not music.
And that goes back to what Phil was saying. If somebody's approaching this like, I don't even think that's music, then you can't win them over. I would say, in addition, the topic of intersectionality has come up before in the classic sense. Julia Perry's gender identity, her racialized identity combining to create a special category. Within music the way classical music was received at this time, there's another category that overlaps with the special mix of Julia Perry's identity, and that's the aesthetics that she liked to use. So I think a lot of times those negative reviews in the New York Times came from people who just didn't want to listen to anything that was dissonant, anything that was modern at all. You see, there's a recital, a New York Times review of a concert that has Perry's music and Vincent Persichetti's music, and both pieces just are not even considered worth talking about. And so there is also, and as I'm a composer by training, and so I'm kind of come up in the aesthetics wars that are constantly raging. And so, like, people will just totally dismiss dissonant music and have a lot of strong feelings about it. So you definitely see some of that. Because Julia Perry was uncompromising in her attraction to dissonant abstract sounds, she was eliminating support from a lot of places because people didn't, in a similar way that having a Black woman composer receive agency and support to be herself would have destabilized the order of classical music. Having a composer write dissonant music and not be treated as like a weird specialist would have also been destabilizing. And so you see like almost a defensive position, like we can't even engage with this music in a serious way because nobody can like dissonant music. And so she had to deal with that too. The interesting thing, what I love about her music is that it's incredibly varied. Stabat Mater has these beautiful, tender moments that are neo-romantic, often called neoclassical. I feel they're more neo-romantic myself. And then her spiritual arrangements are totally straightforward and traditional. It's often misportrayed that like people only wrote in one way at this time period. Julia Perry and many other composers, a lot of whom are African American, in fact, proved that that's not true at all. There were people who wrote music that sounded however they wanted it to sound, but it was very important at the time to like draw and defend these lines along aesthetic grounds, and so you see that in some of her mistreatment in the press, for sure. Thank you for that question.
Are there any other questions? If not, thank you again.
Oh, thank you all so much.
Professor Schumann. If you will stretch for 5 minutes, we'll start with our last two panelists for today, which is our next generation.
Let's get a coffee, 15 the last time? No. I'm going to have to check in with her. Okay.
All right, we're ready to start with our last two papers, and these, it's so important to me because we've been talking all day and all yesterday with those who have been most invested in the scholars who have done the research. And now we have two younger people who I'm always thinking about, it's time to pass the torch, and hopefully we are passing the torch to them. Yeah, I put a lot of pressure on Sasha and Tad because they are our future, but we hope that we can encourage some doctoral students. As you can see, there's a great deal of work that needs to be done, and we need the help of vigorous, young, healthy people, not us older people who are thinking about when can we retire soon. But we're going to start with Tad Biggs, who's at Washington University, a doctoral student, and Tad reached out to me a couple of years ago talking about Julia Perry. So I invited Tad to be a part of the group, and we're grateful to have his paper. And then we have Sasha, who I met through her teacher, George Lewis, here at Columbia University, and so she will deliver the second paper, and then we'll take questions. So thank you, Tad and Sasha.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who's made this wonderful, wonderful event possible. I'm going to be talking about three different things that should each have their own presentation, so I'm going to jump right in. Okay. An examination of Julia Perry's oeuvre will quickly reveal the importance of history and literature, storytelling as a means of sense-making. For this talk, I will begin by presenting my metabolic sociological reading of Perry's Stabat Mater, composed in 1951. My aim here is to draw together musical analysis with consideration of the social and historical context to form one possible interpretation. After this, I will offer a cursory look at a couple of unpublished writings by Perry, an incomplete manuscript titled Fisti M.E., and a poem titled Graves of Untold Africans, at which point my choice to call my reading of the Stabat Mater metabolic and sociological should become much clearer. While each of these texts could themselves be one or more presentations in the spirit of discovery and discussion, I wanted to bring all of them to your attention in hopes of demonstrating just how rich and rewarding it is to spend time with Julia Perry's works, although I think this is probably an audience that's already bought into that. So Perry's Stabat Mater is scored for, and we've had a couple of wonderful introductions, so fortunately we can just kind of jump right in. Scored for solo contralto and string orchestra. The work is deeply influenced by her studies with serialist Luigi Dalla Piccola, and it is the setting of a 13th century medieval Latin hymn, Stabat Mater Dolorosa, commonly attributed, although I think incorrectly, to Jacopone da Todi, who lived 1230 to 1306. The text of the Stabat Mater Dolorosa tells the story of the crucifixion of Christ and the great pain of Mary as witness, depicting deep sadness, acceptance, and prayer. The first part of the poem describes the suffering of Mary, and in the second part of the text, the once silent narrator asks to share in Mary's sorrow. In her influential book, Black Women Composers, A Genesis, which we've already heard a bit about today, Mildred Green identified minor changes to the Stabat Mater text found in the Liber Usualis. These include some changes to vowels to produce more euphony, and she further identified musical affinities with the settings by Pergolesi and Rossini, where some melodic contours, ostinato passages, and rhythmic qualities pay homage to those earlier settings. The music is dramatic in nature. Sorry, I missed one. Oh, here. Dramatic in nature. One of the earlier examples of Perry's more dissonant works. Its dramatic nature shows that she clearly favored the more operatic approach to setting the Stabat Mater that arose in the 19th century. So I'll focus on two movements of the piece to demonstrate my proposed reading. Movements 2, which you can see the translation here, Perry's rhyme translation and the Latin text, as well as movement 5. For movement 2, I will reflect on composer Nkeru Okoye's important analysis and expand on her interpretation to show how Perry is depicting a musical narrative on more than one level. Movement 5 is structurally significant in the music and the text, and is also the only movement where Perry deploys very obviously recognizable musical cultural signifiers, namely call and response and chorale-style writing, and is thus a rich site for interpretation. The second movement contrasts significantly in tone from the first movement. The first movement is angular, dissonant, and has greater dynamic peaks. The first movement text sets the scene of the crucifixion and begins describing the intense, emotional pain felt by Mary at the sight of Christ, her son, on the cross. In contrast, the second movement is more stagnant harmonically, at a consistently slow tempo, and is built on whole-tone tetrachords. The text of the second movement, translated otherwise, who mourned and grieved the pious mother, looking at the torment of her glorious child. How sad and how afflicted was that blessed mother of her only begotten son. You will see Perry offered her own rhyme translation as well, so the work could be sung in English, presumably. And there have been some performances you can find on YouTube of people singing it in English. So I'll play a little bit of the beginning of movement 2, and I'll put the score up, just so we can kind of get it in our ears and go forward from there. So this will be Brianna Hunter performing with the orchestra now. Sorry, we have a connection issue. Hopefully. Okay, we'll continue from there. Here's a little bit of the second page. For time's sake, we'll go ahead and keep moving. So the whole tone scale, which is largely what constructs this movement, often signifies dreaming or dreaminess, the mystical, or the references to dreams in the text. Provided its position subsequent to an emotionally volatile section with piercing imagery, I propose a different interpretation in addition. I think it's the Wi-Fi. Yeah, if you want to connect it, thank you. Sorry about that. In addition to its dreamlike qualities, the whole tone scale has a non-directional quality, lacking the kind of harmonic or melodic pull of scales containing semitones or half step. These two notions in tandem suggest to me a sense of perhaps shock paralysis and dissociation that occurs in response to trauma. Perry inscribes a sense of dissociation into the musical language of the section. The stark accompaniment, largely drone-like, and in the two-bar violin solo which begins this movement, both whole tone collections are presented in succession. In the score, the first measure of violin 1 part is made up of four notes from the C-sharp whole tone collection, or whole tone 1-3, and the following measure is made up of pitches from the other whole tone pitch collection, whole tone collection 0-2. The viola accompaniment is made up of notes from whole tone 0-2, and the soloist's line is made up of notes from whole tone 1-3. As in the first two measures, the violin alternates between the two collections relatively evenly. The use of the whole tone scale creates a surreal atmosphere that, when coupled with the stark accompaniment, evokes a sense of detachment. The voice and the viola present a kind of split between the subject and reality. When the soloist sings mater, or mother, in measure 51, the solo line breaks from whole tone collection 1-3 and into a collection, as in the first two measures, the violin alternates between the two collections relatively evenly. The use of the whole tone creates...
Did you know that there's a secret plant hiding in nature's pharmacy?
I don't have YouTube Premium, sorry. Okay. Sorry about that. I think it was an advertisement for houseplants, which is very much targeted. So as the piece progresses, the solo line spends increasingly more time on notes from whole tone collection 0-2. This could be interpreted perhaps as the eventual dissipation of musical dissociation. This superimposed musical narrative, combined with more straightforward text painting, enables Perry to create a rich and layered sonic world. In this way, Perry moves beyond simply straightforward madrigalisms and depicts the cycling emotions of the grieving mother on a meta-narrative level. Across the first four movements, Perry utilizes complex compositional techniques that make little to no recognizable reference to vernacular idioms. In the fifth movement of the Stabat Mater, however, Perry employs two easily identifiable musical allusions. The entire movement is structured around a call and response between the soloist and the strings. The religious tenor of this movement is heightened by the chorus of strings, which are harmonized in a way that calls to mind a chorale style. The movement also exemplifies Perry's pantonal approach, where both elements of A Dorian and D Mixolydian modalities can be discerned. Here is a bit of movement 5. Cross your fingers. So sorry for stopping. Provided her background in setting spirituals and sacred music, the use of call and response and chorale style is meaningful. Here, Perry's engagement with culturally significant Black musical signifiers are mediated through her own modernist musical language. The inclusion of an African-American traditional musical form within this typically Catholic setting encodes new meaning into the existing formal design of the Stabat Mater Dolorosa. This is one mechanism through which Black cultural memory is expressed through an inherited European form. I argue that this type of cultural encoding in music is commonplace to the concert music tradition broadly, both consciously and unconsciously. Other examples of this can be found in settings of the Stabat Mater Dolorosa, such as that is Karl Szymanowski, in which he incorporates Polish folk music with its historically situated and attendant meanings. Because the solo contralto is the only voice scored in the work, the harmonized response performed by the strings sounds particularly lonely. There are no other voices to commune with. Given the textless, unvoiced choral response, a sense of isolation and melodic clarity suggests the mother in a prayerful dialogue. The solo voice sings the call unaccompanied, and the string orchestra responds. The literal response is given in the first violin part, to which the lower strings are harmonized. Aside from occurring in this sort of pantonal, shared A Dorian and Mixolydian modality, the harmonized responses resemble fairly normative chorale-style writing with regard to voice leading, harmony, harmonic rhythm, and phrasing, and with some caveats there. This musical event occurs in the Prayers to Mary portion of the hymn text and marks a pivotal point in the work, representing the narrative shift toward reflection, acceptance, and healing, and away from the initial pain at the sight of Christ on the cross. By using call and response formal design, Perry encodes a significant Black musical practice at a critical structural point in the work, musically and narratively. Developing a deeper analysis of Perry's Stabat Mater requires a broader contextualization of the cultural and historical milieu into which it was born. While Stabat Mater does not explicitly reference the injustices that Perry dealt with more directly in writings like Graves of Untold Africans or Fisty Me, more on that soon, Perry's deep appreciation for history and her later statements that society reproduces itself in such a way as to preserve structures of power invites the informed listener to consider the contemporary implications of a work like Stabat Mater. Additional justification for such a reading may be found in the dedication of the work to her mother and in interviews where she stated that she imagined Marian Anderson singing when composing the Stabat Mater. One may then ask, what does it mean for Mary, suffering at the sight of her crucified son, to be sung by a Black woman in 1950s America? A common African-American Christian practice is the conceptualization of Black struggle through biblical narratives. The connection between lynching in the US and the crucifixion of Christ has existed since before the 20th century and has been addressed by a variety of poets, scholars, writers, and theologians. In 1903, Minister John E. White of the Second Baptist Church of Atlanta preached, quote, "Lynch law is usually credited as an American product. The most awful application of it, however, belongs to the first century." Many other examples exist that draw out the connection between lynching and the crucifixion of Christ. The poem Christ in Alabama from 1931 by Langston Hughes is a direct attack on Christian white supremacy, portraying a vivid account of Christ as a Black man in the southern US. A few years later, in 1939, Billie Holiday released what is perhaps the best-known anti-lynching song to date, Strange Fruit. In December of the year that Perry composed Stabat Mater, 1951, Paul Robeson presented a petition on behalf of the Civil Rights Congress to the United Nations Genocide Convention titled, quote, "We Charge Genocide, the historic petition to the United Nations for relief from a crime of the United States government against the Negro people." This is illustrative of the degree to which lynching outlined in the petition as violence perpetrated by mobs and by police was at the forefront of African American social and political thought. The inclusion of these excerpts, by no means an exhaustive list, demonstrates that the association of the crucifixion of Christ with lynching in African American thought had been made numerous times, and Perry may have been aware of this, likely maybe even had been aware of this. Black men and boys made up the majority of those lynched, and as a result, a great deal of black mothers in the United States had directly experienced the kind of violence and suffering described in the Stabat Mater, making only more poignant the connection between Perry's Stabat Mater and the racialized violence of the world in which it was conceived. Considerations of the cultural and historical context in which the work was produced are bolstered by Perry's own commitment to black empowerment through education and telling history through her music. Perry's Stabat Mater is a powerful expression of the suffering of the Virgin Mother at the sight of Christ on the cross. However, when read this way, it is also an expression of the suffering faced by black mothers and all black people at the hands of white supremacy. And thus, Perry's Stabat Mater confronts a complicit and complacent society and culture, one structured by white supremacy. It is unfortunate that relatively little written testimony by Perry exists. However, her music still has much to say. Okay. So now we're going to leap forward about 14 years, now in the middle of the 1960s, 1965 for this first poem. As we have seen in other presentations today, Perry's compositional career looked very different from the mid-50s to the 60s and 70s. In 1965, the New York Philharmonic premiered her short piece for orchestra, but also marked a period of financial issues, as evidenced in letters between her, the New York Philharmonic, and Southern Publishing. The 1960s were, of course, a radically different political moment in the United States, and in these writings from 1965 and 1969 respectively, Perry displays a more explicitly political position that appears to be dramatically shaped by the civil rights movement, Black Power, and a feminist critique. So Graves of Untold Africans, currently held at the Talbot Library of Rider University, is an unpublished poem about African history and loss. And by the way, the first time I found this, it was not yet digitized. It is now digitized and you can pull it up easily. And if you have an interest in Perry, I strongly suggest taking a look at what they have there. And if you need a better copy of it, go ahead and send me an email. In the bottom right corner of the torn and tattered document are the printed words, copyright 1965. Along with Perry's name and initial. In the poem, Perry emphasizes sound and music as both a sign of cultural vibrancy and as a metaphor for its repression. Perry also provides introductory notes about the historical figures referenced, including Osei Tutu, or Osei Kofi Tutu I, a founder of the Ashanti Empire in the early 18th century, Cleopatra, Tororut, a supreme god of the chalk in Kenya, and Aesop, an ancient Greek slave whom 20th century playwrights often depicted as black. We have a formatting issue. Okay, I'm sorry, this was originally formatted differently. Something got lost in translation, but I hope you can read the original document at least somewhat. The poem laments the loss of a rich and varied African culture for African Americans. Perry's use of the word untold with its multiple meanings and common usages evokes a unique layered sense of loss experienced by Black Americans with regard to African history and culture. Definitions include not counted or reckoned, not counted out or paid, uncounted, unreckoned, not related or recounted, and not informed of a fact. Untold expresses the vast numbers of Africans and African diasporic peoples who have suffered under systems of formal slavery and its subsequent iterations of white supremacist oppression. Against great man theory and idealized histories of great European societies, Perry offers a corrective to the characterization of Africa as a continent without great societies or historical figures. Many have traced the use of African history, culture, and symbology as a means of historical corrective and Black empowerment to Pan-Africanism in the early 20th century, and was emboldened as the struggle for independence against colonialism in Africa was underway and the Black Power movement was growing. In The Graves of Untold Africans, Perry laments the suppression of Black history and culture, and the poem refers to African dances, sub-Saharan sculptures, and kinship patterns, contesting the superiority of contemporary Western society. The fourth stanza reads, "Machine age's eagle stance, signified revelations of fearful apprehension. toward a go-away contribution in sculpture exhibitions, what a furor at the scene during the Dahomey dance, critics' public summation, dancers' technique, perfection. Perry here contests the superiority of the machine age and by extension contemporary American culture. The final stanza of the poem captures the deafening silence of those forgotten lives and the difficulty or impossibility of providing those voices a proper listening. She writes, "Those untold graves forgotten, beauty a lost remembrance, nothing attuned, suffocating monotone." The final line captures several elements of the poem and ties them together through reference to sound. The poem is evocative of dance and music making, bringing to life history that is, according to Perry, untold. For Perry's lively writing to fall into a suffocating monotone is to illustrate through sonic metaphor the sense of hopelessness that results from such a loss. The suffocating monotone, visually represented in the poem's typography, perhaps perhaps also refers to the hollowness of industrial society. The previous references to the machine age's eagle stance may be understood as twofold. The use of machine age and eagle stance serve to tie together both capitalist society on one hand and U.S. imperialism as embodied by the eagle stance on the other. In the poem, the suffocating monotone resulting from the tragedy of untold African life is thus connected to racism and imperialism. Fisty M.E., also held at Rider University, is a manuscript for a play. The manuscript is incomplete, but several stretches of the play survive. In Fisty M.E., Perry conceptualized the reproduction of society and the role of history in art. Perry does this through rhymed verse, the personification of abstract ideas and institutions as characters, and through its formal structures as a collection of variously connected allegorical scenes. For context, Perry wrote the play in 1969, 4 years after the assassination of Malcolm X, and 1 year after that of Martin Luther King Jr. The play was given the very unusual name Fisty M.E., with the subheading, A USA Metabolic Sociological Play, ultimately handwritten at the top. You can see she was still working out some ideas. This was not a draft that was ready for the publishing house. The initial printed title has many crossouts and rewritings, clearly indicating some struggles in working out a title. The title refers to a nickname of the titular character, Mephistopheles, who in this play is a black teenage boy who goes by the nickname Fisty, hence the title, Fisty M.E. Mephistopheles, also known as Mephisto, is a demon or spirit, evil spirit from hell, and a staple in German folklore. The name's first known entrance into print date back to the 16th century, but whose most famous and enduring literary legacy is a result of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's two-part Faust. The connection to Faust, too, can be seen in Perry's use of rhymed verse and the personification of abstract ideas and institutions as characters, and through its formal structure as a collection of variously connected allegory. The fragments of the play read like a series of highly referential and representational dialogues that variously engage different aspects of American society. The use of the terms sociological and metabolic are indicative of her analytically minded social commentary. Metabolic, in the classical sociological sense, refers to social processes that produce, or rather reproduce, existing social arrangements. Therefore, the subject of the play appears to be an exploration of social forces Perry identified as responsible for reproducing society and its ills. She does so in the play with a keen awareness of race, age, and class, dictating the faith, age, race, clothing, and linguistic style, formal, vernacular, or regional, of each character. She also includes characters that are personifications of social institutions, with more abstract ones like church and state, as well as more figurative ones like watchmen or the Negro professor. The monologue on page 14, spoken by the role of Blackboard, in a school emphasizes the metabolic conception of the play. The Blackboard, in a slow, gravelly, and measured voice, speaks in rhyming prose, with word emphasis provided by Perry to highlight the rhyme scheme. The Blackboard labels children as dunces and fools, abusing them and instilling in them negative ideas about their self-worth. The young black children playing the roles of boys and girls 1 through 3 chime in individually, saying that the Blackboard is destroying my individuality, hurting my personality, hampering my conviviality, etc. The Blackboard then comes to symbolize the metabolic conception that is central to the work. Blackboards, albeit impermanently, record written words. It is both institutional and a physical record, but in practice relies on the people who press the chalk to the board for it to be a meaningful part of human life. It is a part of the institution in the most literal, physical sense. They're typically built into the walls of the schoolhouse. But more abstractly, it is a tool for the circulation of ideology. Perhaps most importantly, it relies on educators to ideologically inculcate children and a model of education that rewards passivity. This reveals Perry's systemic view of the anti-Blackness in American schools. Later, there is an extensive monologue by the Negro faculty member at a university or college. So this is a photo from the original document, and I'll leave that up for a moment for you to look at, and then I'll switch it over to a transcribed version that's a little easier to read. The monologue is wide-ranging and comments on a variety of historical events, most of which are related to American slavery. The Negro faculty members' analysis include dimensions of both race and gender, as can be seen in the following excerpt. In this excerpt, Perry singles out with incisiveness specific examples of the ways in which the conditions of slavery and the depravity of its purveyors had specifically gendered dynamics. She locates the condition of ethnic as external, an identification that is then, through legal structures, culture, education, internalized by Black children. She also connects the unique conditions of labor and subjugation of Black women under slavery with the moral failings of white men and women. Perry then goes further in examining the relationship between race and ethnicity and male violence. Later in the monologue, the Negro professor lectures on a series of historical events, most of which refer to Europe in the early Middle Ages. Throughout, Perry emphasizes male sexual violence and patriarchal domination. The elaborate historical lecture of the Negro professor challenges notions of biological racism and genetic purity by leveraging European history, laying bare logical dissonance in race ideology, while simultaneously identifying male violence and dehumanization across ethnic and racial lines as bound up together historically. Examples that illustrate this include a line about the Northern European Angles, and later, quote, the warring Asiatic Huns who during the middle of the 5th century AD conquered Europe, raping Caucasian women or girls, some who gave birth to biracial and triracial offspring. Perry's wide-ranging historical and analytical approach here appears to be of its time while also remaining idiosyncratic in the particularities of her historical analysis. Fisty ME warrants substantial analysis in the context of Perry's social and aesthetic thought, despite its fragmentary and at times very elusive nature. Unfortunately, one of the most difficult things to discern from the remaining pages of the story is Fisty himself, whose significance to the play's narrative will, at least for now, have to remain something of a mystery. I forgot to switch that over, I'm sorry. At the fabulous opening concert last night, Public Quartet member Curtis Stewart shared his admiration for the multiplicities of Perry, and I think that's something that has come out a lot throughout the course of today. And it was clear that this informed the group's wonderfully creative approach to Perry's music. The work of bringing forth Perry's life and music in print and on stage will, I hope, help to bring out her in all of her complexities and reject the easier pre-formulated narratives that exist to make people, especially Black people and Black women, more easily legible. Thank you. And before I go, we're also going to do a two-day Julia Perry event at Washington University, my home university, in September. So if you'd like to travel to St. Louis for some reason or will be in the area, we would love to see you there. So maybe be on the lookout for that. Thank you again.
Yeah, really well, actually.
I had to do a special thing here. They might have to put this back in.
I don't really sound anything, so no. Hi, I was telling Tad that he definitely set me up very, very well for this presentation. As the last paper on this celebration, I feel so much has been said, yet so much more about the beloved Julia Perry must be explored. I am honored to be able to explore one of those veins and hopefully not be extremely repetitive, as so much has been said today. The January 1971 edition of Essence magazine features a column entitled Sound, Black Perspective in Music by journalist Claude D. Grant. During the prime time of popular music such as The Temptations, the Isley Brothers, and Gladys Knight and the Pimps, Grant chose to focus on a more obscure perspective of Black music in the United States, classical music. He starts with the introduction of composers from the first school, William Grant Still and his Afro-American Symphony, and William Levi Dawson and the Negro Folk Symphony. Moving in a more modern vein, he lists more contemporary composers. Julia Perry is the only woman on this list, as he cites her 3 well-known pieces, as we've talked about today, a short piece for orchestra, Stabat Mater, and Homunculus CF. For Perry, 1971 was 8 years before her death, a time of economic turmoil and emotional distress, as her medical health had depleted, thus causing her ability to compose to diminish. Yet Essence, a Black woman lifestyle magazine, found it important to acknowledge Perry and her music. It is unclear if Perry was aware of this article that mentions her extensive list of credentials that made her one of the remarkable composers for them to include. If she did, I hope that she smiled, as the Black community at large would have been very aware of her activities, regardless of her associations with white music circles for most of her career. What I found so significant about Perry's inclusion, unlike the other composers listed, is her pieces do not directly state their Blackness, yet she is recognized as being the Black perspective in music, and rightfully so. In this presentation, I use it as a historical, cultural, and theoretical inquiry into how to expand my understanding of Blackness in classical music. There is a tendency to favor superficial notions of Blackness in musical analysis. There is no harm in such analysis, as I use them in much of my work, and are helpful when approaching Black classical works and how they situate themselves within larger conversation of Blackness, and for smaller microhistories from the shadows. Yet, music theorists such as Horace Maxill and Philip Ewell have called for a revamping of theoretical approaches, combining cultural and musical understanding to analyze Black works, establishing a more rounded view. There are many questions here and few answers, as little is known of Perry's personal attitudes towards things. Much of this is a sort of critical fabulation and suggests how Black composers can be situated within a larger complex. What of a coded Blackness of music, or a sonic coding seen in many of Perry's works that is not precisely labeled as Black indicators, such as titles or using Black idioms like spirituals or melodies, or Black narratives for operas? As a Black American, I have found that I must check myself at academic and cultural doors, as I tend to highlight Black American culture. Yet the relationship of Blackness culturally is diasporan, incorporating both African and African American sensibilities, presenting 2 modes of Blackness that can coexist. What does this mean or look like in modern works, proving that Africa is not just a thing of the past? In this paper, as something that we've already looked at, I explored an understanding of Blackness in classical music and used Perry's 1960s piece for percussion, Homunculus CF, as a case study for breaking away from the European or white American theoretical framework, as putting it in conversation with an Afro-diasporic aesthetic and associating with repetition and rhythm. Julia Perry has largely been left out of conversations when considering African-American diasporic composers, traditions, and aesthetic in classical music. This is due to a multitude of reasons, many that have been stated today, such as gaps in the archive, in which collections of hers have seen scarcity of manuscripts, or many that have been works that have been challenging to comprehend due to her shaky handwriting after having a stroke and having to teach herself to write again. Another large piece of this puzzle is the shadow history of Black and women composers, as the intersectionality of race and gender erases the experience of Black women from existence by deeming them insignificant within white-dominated and, unfortunately, Black-dominated spaces as well. Lastly, the form that she chose to compose in for majority of her career also led to her being casted in a more European light in order to maintain her security in the classical world. She is typically not discussed as a Black composer in the sense of someone who is a Black nationalist composer, as we see others, because, as we know, a lot of her pieces are not explicitly Black, and we know that things such as spirituals are privileged within understanding Black classical music. Julia was a part of what Eileen Southern classifies as the new generation of composer school. Southern list includes C.J. Anderson, Arthur Cunningham, Ulysses Kay, Hale Smith, and George Walker, stating that there was a shift in nurturing of Black classical musicians and composers as Unlike most of their predecessors, these composers were not nurtured by Black colleges, or any colleges for that matter. There has been no pressure on them to write music specifically for performance by Black artists and groups. For the first time in history, a generation of Black composers, this generation, have moved into a professional world in the same way that the white colleagues do. Southern points out a phenomenon that only 2 or 3 composers of each period have been able to receive national and sometimes global recognition. Think of William Grant Still and Nathaniel Dett, or Ulysses Kay and George Walker. While during her life, Perry was recognized, her name does not ring as loudly as her male counterparts. The men of this group are similar in their musical upbringing, as they started with jazz as young children, which is characteristic of this time period. Perry's musical education is reflective of a time before her, as she was classically trained from a young age. We see this with the first school of Black American composers, and is gendered in this fashion as well. She did not have much experience with jazz, and as reflected in her music. It is unclear if Perry was influenced by early free jazz and melodic techniques used in minimalism, a technique Perry uses in Humoculus CF. Maybe similar to her male counterpoint, she found her voice apart from her white European teachers and composed freely. Perry was afforded opportunities that generations before her may not have had access to. She studied at predominantly white institutions. She lived in Europe between 1951 and 1959, where she studied with Nadia Boulanger and Luigi Dalla Piccola. She traveled around Europe to conduct performances and lectures for the United States Information Agency, performing in Milan, Naples, Paris, Austria, and France. She was the first Black woman to win 2 Guggenheims. Perry's career was mainly in the white musical world, as most Black composers were intertwined with HBCUs and other musical circles. Although she taught at 2 HBCUs, the second one was the one that actually radicalized her, as Black institutions such as churches, HBCUs, and social clubs were still incubators for Black musical talent. Black musical life is precarious, and Perry, being a middle-aged Black American, occupied a particular space in the afterworld years. This is particularly as much as Perry's fault as it was the outside world. The isolation of composers could be possibly credited to the integration and the redefining of Black people's status in the United States. Perry was a loner compared to her other composer peers. She avoided the subject of race in many of her interviews and wrote significantly less spirituals than her peers. In Europe, the neoclassical label was placed into her work, as it basically abandoned Black cultural nudges, as she uses a more traditional composition style of her teachers. I'm curious to what Perry's composition teachers thought of her Black composition style in her younger days, and if they shifted her position on using African American cultural materials, as there are examples of Black idioms in her earlier compositions. Perry may not have been as radical in her early approaches, or maybe not as loud in her retaliation against oppressive systems that we see that she was a part of, yet her music and later music and other writings spoke to her love for Black culture. There is a progression through Perry's work. It is almost a cycle, as her compositions initially incorporate spirituals and other Black idioms. Once studying in Europe, we see more of a non-Black compositional style, mostly influenced by her compositional teachers. Then we go back to Black during the Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s. In A Scholarly Piece, as we have stated earlier, Tammy Kernodle looks towards Black women composers who redefine classical music under their own terms, culturally and musically, following the world wars, accounting for Black postmodernism composers, Eugene Smith Moore, Margaret Bonds, and Julia Perry. Just as Southern's list, Perry is a standout on Kernodle's list, as Bonds and Margaret use a more straightforward articulation of Blackness in their works. Yet they all challenge tradition, making a different direction that Black music could go forward. For Perry, her fascinations with privileging rhythm over pitch grew as she returned to the U.S. Humoculus CF, a pure percussion piece, outlines the experimentalism and underlines Perry's restart of Afro-diasporic aesthetics in her compositions. During Perry's lifetime, Humoculus CF was performed 3 times and was recorded under the Composer Records. A humoculus, as we stated earlier, is an artificial test tube man that exposes Perry's fascination with the German mythological creature Faust. The piece represents a mythological laboratory of Faust where his apprentice Wagner completes a successful alchemy experiment, bringing the culture to life. This piece is not Perry's only fascination with alchemy, as her incomplete opera, The Symplegades, I probably pronounced that wrong, includes the practice of alchemy in the libretto, and which could be a very interesting study for the future. I know I said it wrong. My bad, y'all. Humaculus CF is simply left out of conversations of Afro-diasporicness because specifically it does not include any Black melodic idioms or tropes or follows a Black narrative. I hope in this paper I'm able to present a way to expand Blackness in classical music as it is defined as wide and deserves to be studied in all angles. Humaculus uses percussion instruments to stimulate this creation. Humaculus is scored for 10 percussionists and harp. CF stands for cantus firmus, a pitch that is constructed around an augmented 15th chord, starting on E and ending on E sharp. It is not composed around or in a particular key, which is a pentatonic composition, as the chords are used in a non-melodic manner. The first section uses non-pitched instruments, and the second section uses pitched instruments. The harp is used in an unusual way, as it does not act as a melodic or chordal instrument. There are two camps that have analyzed this piece. The first is more of a European and Anglo-American approach. A few of the scholarship on Perry analyzes Humaculus in depth, focusing on the traditional method of pitch as analysis. Kendra Parsons-Leonard, Teaching Guide for Humaculus says that Humaculus F is an ideal piece for teaching Schomburg's writing on developing variation and its application to tonal and atonal music. She characterizes it as a minimalist piece, specifically labeling it as serial minimalism, as it uses a limited series of pitch class sets in repetition. After studying in Italy in 1951, Perry adopted a more avant-garde composition style, unlike her more diatonic pieces that use spirituals as thematic or melodic material. Her rhythm becomes far more complex and her pitch is organized as serialism. Leonard points out that Julia Perry is 10 years older than the canonized minimalist composers and wrote in a minimalist style prior to their start, as Humaculus CF was composed 4 years prior to Terry Riley's In C and 15 years before Glass's Einstein on the Beach. This analysis unfortunately fails to mention or consider the Black foundations of minimalism. It also fails to look at their instrumentation and rhythm in such a serious theoretical matter. It takes a skilled listener to hear these sought-out through lines, a skilled ear out of the European listening ear, as music has been colonized by pitch. As a percussion piece, it is difficult to analyze. By studying other Black composers and forms of other Black musics in the diaspora in conversation with Perry's music, an African diasporic analysis can be analyzed. This acts as the second camp of analysis of Humaculus and is least favored by scholars. Composer and musicologist George Lewis, in his book chapter Afro-Diasporic Aesthetics and Classical and Experimental Music after 1960, approaches Humaculus in such a manner. The intersection of African American study and its connections to Black studies in the United States and the Caribbean has long been considered in its interrelations between musicians, composers, musicologists, educators, and educators of the diaspora. The approach has tended to be a historical one. For music, Africa is used as a departure point for something that continues to be relevant in the present. For Africa, scholars tend to only look at it inward and not outward. Many have confined the search of Africanism to survivals. Historically, this has been validated in reasons for historical work being deprived of scholarship due to a lack of archival materials and documentation. In recent years, there has been a recent bridge to make the two more expansive. Yet in classical music, it has seen that it's more of a historical approach and not more of a contemporary conversation. Lewis uses composer Ollie Wilson's 6 conceptual approaches to Afro-diasporic music as fundamental elements. One can look at a multitude of Perry pieces under the approaches of Ollie Wilson. The one out of the 6 acts as an Afro-diasporic origin point for Humaculus, even though many can apply. The first point is the approach of organization of rhythm is based on the principles of rhythmic and implied metric contrast. There is a tendency to create musical structures in which rhythmic clash or disagreement of accent is the ideal. Cross rhythm and metric ambiguity are the accepted and expected norms. According to Lewis, the rhythms in homunculus are connected by the intellectual music of Africa, as the stunted rhythm is a African or African diasporic bell pattern. These bell patterns use African patterns as well. Sorry, those are the bell patterns. African patterns as well as pitch rhythms of the xylophone later in the piece. Timbre is important as one might expect for a percussion piece. Lewis calls for the listener to look at them in a more creolizing way. He directs them to the harp and the vibraphone passages of homunculus CF as they recall African pianism. The piece develops into a series of repetitions and temporal juxtapositions in a ritual march where the harp passages recall the enigma music of Uganda. He compares this to William Grant Still's Inanga for harp, piano, and string, which uses instruments to recall African music, connecting his music to the continent. While Still and Perry are part of a different composer school, William Grant Still was a part of the ultramodern, as he was taught by Verez, and experimented widely while incorporating African diasporic traditions. African intellectual music in the 20th century, as it connects to Black American music, is a newer vein of study. As Lewis states, homunculus is in a diasporic exchange with African pianism. African pianism refers to, this is actually the harp. This is the harp tones that he was speaking of. African pianism refers to a style of piano music which derives from characteristic idioms from the procedures of African percussion, such as exemplified in bell patterns, drumming, xylophones, and number music. Both of these analyses, every writing and scholarly or essence, mention the predominance of repetition in homunculus, but neglect to talk about the repetition as a figure of Black culture. For example, we see this in the pitch figure of the timpani. Scholar James Sneed refers to repetition as a transformation, saying that we should remember that whenever we encounter repetition in cultural form, we are indeed not viewing the same thing, but it is transformation. Think of this as the literal homunculus. It is transforming into a being. Repetition is musical manifestation. Repetition in Black culture finds most of its characteristic shape in performance practices such as music, dance, and language. There is such as the call and response in music, or the repetition in literature traditions in the novels of Toni Morrison and Ralph Ellison. This is why the technique of minimalism used in homunculus is of the Afro-diasporic aesthetic. For decades, this form of experimentalism has been whitewashed. For example, the composer Richard Maxfield, one of the forgotten forefathers of minimalist music, introduced Black sounds and voices in his tape music, way earlier than Reich, of minimalism music to his students such as Young. Another example that jazz significantly influenced the 3 out of the 4 canonized minimalism composers, Riley, Young, and Reich all played jazz growing up and participated in jazz ensembles during college. Class was less influenced. As enthusiasts of this style, they followed the work of John Coltrane and credited him with critical influences to the development of minimalism. Particularly, they followed his use of modal jazz closely, which was taught to Coltrane by Miles Davis. Coltrane also influenced pianism. As we just said, particularly in her 1965 poem, Graves of Unknown Africans, shows a writing example of how profound African culture had affected her during her civil rights and the civil rights movement. Noted by Tammy Kernodle, Black women are cultural workers and cultural forebearers. Julia Perry did not always fit into a box always prescribed to her, allowing for a different mode of what it means to be Black within the United States and globally. Using Perry and her piece Homunculus to broaden the understanding of them as Black musical theoretical approaches and acting as a bridge between the diaspora. It is a connection that is not always remembered when conducting more cultural and musical analysis of Africa, as it is situated in the past and the diaspora as the present. While this is not true, I hope that this paper is used to think of the relationship between Africans and the diaspora. This is a two-way street in which ideas flow back and forth. Thank you.
before we take questions from the for the two papers, last two papers, can I get all of the speakers today? We're going to lose Professor Ewell in just a second. Can I get all of you to come up to the front and take a picture of the whole team today?
Make sure the lanyards are nicely visible. Oh, I don't have.
All right, bravo. Oh, you're still
They have.
do some questions.
Right. We just want to take a few more minutes so that if there are any questions for the last two papers, please let me know. Any questions for them? Yes, please.
Thank you. Your papers were just phenomenal, and I'm really, really inspired. And I want to, I guess, kind of combine some ideas and, yeah, ask you what you think about, I guess I'm thinking about the grave of untold Africans. And I don't know if you know, Undine Smith-Moore wrote a piece called Soweto, 1987. And that piece is not, it doesn't sound South African. There are no African idioms in it, and yet it is Black music. And so as I was reading, the poem, the poetry, what the kinds of parallels that I was hearing or seeing were the idea of Black women's anger. And it's very clear that she's not writing that for white validation, as in Julia Perry, sorry. And that, again, is just making me think of Undine Smith-Moore. So I'm wondering if, I guess, combining everything and thinking about the Afro-diasporic aesthetic, if there could be more of a gendered approach around Black women's anger and a Black womanist aesthetic that allows Julia Perry to be African in the ways that aren't expected.
Go ahead if you want to do it first.
So what was the question again? I agree with everything you're saying.
Just it's the can it be taken further, especially considering how a Black patriarchy also suppresses what we know about Julia Perry. I have so many ideas. Your talks was just so inspiring. So I'm just throwing all my ideas at you for you to address. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's totally right. And I would encourage you to look at, and for everybody who's interested, to look at I think there are about 18 pages. Some of them are half pages or a little bit less of the play Fisti Me, and the language definitely has some of the calling cards, and I was talking with some of my colleagues who were looking at it with me. It has a lot of the calling cards of the Black Power movement, but there is this very explicitly feminist aspect and this feminist critique in which she articulates that all of these sort of structures of domination are always historically tied to the oppression of women and violence against women by men. So I think you're absolutely right, and I think that Perry would be, especially when we get into the 60s and we have the more political Perry from the what is available. I think that makes complete sense to me.
And I think that a line that stands out in the poem is the constant use of mammy. I think that's one of those words that really stood out from one of the, I forgot which page that it was, but I think just even looking at that and looking at how Black women are situated within this stereotype, and so it's like this duality that she's trying to do, to have a conversation with the both of them. And I hope that, obviously all of the Perry content is right now really focused on biographical things, because people just really need that in order to get some type of understanding of her. But I do hope that we are able to do things such as womanist and Black feminism and more Afro-diasporic, understandings of her now that we're getting more outside of the biographical range.
Other question? Oh, Gayle?
Yeah, I just had a couple of comments because I was thinking about connections with a couple of other things that were circulating in the culture around this time, Tad, with respect to another song that is identified within sort of this sort of the lynching matrix. And I don't know if you know Ethel Waters and a song, Summertime. Suppertime, thank you. Summertime's a completely different, that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah. We don't want some.
But, and like Strange Fruit, this song was written by Irving Berlin, but As Thousands Roar is a anti-lynching play going back to like the 1930s. And when you think about one of the earliest anti-lynching bills, that is the context in which one views that play, and this song was so identified with Ethel Waters, even into the into the 1950s and late 1950s. And then the other thing,
there's a master's thesis that looks at Stabat Mater and lynching.
That's mine.
Oh, it's yours. Oh, about to say, yeah. I was like, I don't remember whose name is on it, but.
But don't read it. It was a few years ago. I've grown a lot.
It's a master's thesis.
Yeah, and then Sasha, I was just wondering if you knew the work of Akin Yuba, and his work and he was a Nigerian ethnomusicologist and composer, and his concept and his work and his compositions as well as his writings about Afro-pianism, and I was just thinking about that in connection to the arguments that you were making, and then drawing on George Lewis and thinking about sort of the lineage in terms of Lewis and Akin Yuba.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be like a fascinating thing to continue. I will say, like, this is a fairly new topic for me. Julia Perry is a fairly new topic for me. This is like out of my year range. So
I threw her into it.
I normally do early 20th century stuff, so this is. But I would like to explore more of that. Like I said, I think there just hasn't been much conversation about Black people across the waters doing very similar things at the same time and not in much communication with each other exactly. But, we have all this like Pan-Africanism and, the taking over in like Ghana and like all the things like that are going on at the exact same time. And so I think that would be cool to kind of put those into perspective together and see what exactly is Black music talking about during that time period, and how are they composing and why are they composing that way. But like pianism is such a cool concept, and no one likes to talk about African classical music.
Fela Swande.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I had a comment. Thank you so much for your presentations. I didn't really know anything about Julia Perry's political side. Like, I knew of the poem, but I hadn't read it. And then I think, Sasha, your analysis is so exciting to approach that homunculus CF in that way. I was thinking a lot about a piece I mentioned in my talk, Liberation for Orchestra, which she really wanted the New York Philharmonic to play. And there was a telegram from her or a memo that I didn't include, but it's in the New York Philharmonic archives. That's either a report from a secretary to someone or her explaining that it's about the civil rights movement and also about her struggle with, quote, artistic rights, which could, I think there's a lot of there's like a great connection to what you were talking about, especially if she wrote that around the same time as she did Graves of Untold Africans. Maybe part of the reason she left New York after the experience with the Philharmonic, in addition to financial struggles, maybe the reason she didn't go to the concert, because even though they provided the money, I also think maybe she didn't have the money at the time to travel, something like that. Maybe she was really unsatisfied with her experience and not being able to share this piece that had a new message to it, reflecting new changes to her worldview. So I just wanted to add that.
Gayle, are you trying to ask a question?
Well, I just was thinking connection to that. I was just thinking about, for example, that just triggered something in terms of reception of William Grant Still's Troubled Island. And I wrote, and there was a real dichotomy between the audience and what the critics, and I wrote an article about the libretto and about the opera, because it was an opera about the Haitian Revolution. And then, of course, the State Department had recorded it and sent it abroad, but it's like, oh, this is the Cold War, and we're sending out this opera about the Haitian Revolution.
C'est mauvais. Mauvais. They said it was bad.
Mauvais, yeah. And so then, in terms of thinking about revolutionary stances, in terms of bringing this in, trying to bring this into this sort of high art, white hegemonic, patriarchal, white supremacist context. And it reminds me of sort of William Grant Still's, this kind of the stinging and this realization, when he in Langston Hughes, when he's bringing this opera that is basically about revolution and a really bloody and vengeful revolution. So I was just thinking of the parallels in that connection.
Thank you. Oh, another question? These two questions need to be the last two.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shirima Shuke. I'm an artist, academic, social entrepreneur. I'm a prehistorian, this time at Cornell University. So I study human migrations, basically when human beings left Africa, where did they go? What they take with them in terms of art, aesthetics, and anthropology. So I look at, the North culture from West Africa, first civilization in West Africa. They were all the way, they found them in Nigeria in 1928, and they were all the way down to Central Africa. And they were artists, they were historians, they were philosophers. And I bring this up because you talked about studying African classical music. The thing with, by the way, this was refreshing. I really enjoyed myself today. And so the thing with African classical music is that it's almost like Nigeria alone has over 500 languages. And you have to understand each of the languages is highly, highly complex. And within those languages, each village is imagine New York City. Okay, and New York City, every borough has its own accent. Every city within Brooklyn has its own accent, has its own food, has its own music. And so if you're trying to talk about classical, African classical, we have to define that.
Same way with Black American classical.
It is so much, right? And I also want to mention the fact that you have this, because of colonial and colonialism, you have this United States people who study human migration. So I did people back to Africa, We're all the same people, we are interrelated, has aesthetics music, right? So we have this almost we know, according to science, we came from Africa. At some point, civilizations, migration, some came just now, you have indigenous people. This disconnect, indigenous is not what African, indigenous is different. And you have African-American, West Indians, African diaspora, then Black American music, not white. African-American music, or being Black or being African, right? And you also have this thing oh, no, that is Black culture. It is not African culture. It's Black culture, Real quickly, I saw something on about Instagram. Someone saying that the cornrows is Black. It's not African, where, braiding is, as African as can be. So there's so much things in here, so much stuff we could get into, but I do think it's reflection that finally so many schools, including this one, I've been here so many times, is talking about this. People like her are coming forward. And when it comes to music, also with the African thing and classical, in Africa, art equals God, God equals life. So, and God is all about spirituality, so music is spirituality. So to do classical music, you're gonna have to understand that unlike the Western concept, the art is functional. It is spiritual first, it is God first. You can generally say there's no such thing as an African atheist. So it's all spirituality, it has a function, it has this, it has that. So to be able to talk about African classical music, we have to now consider it music, consider it art, right? Or understand that it's functional, but to us it's art. To us it's God. To us it's life. So you have to look at all these things, or not. So I'm happy we're having this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And then I think the last question was here.
Thank you both for your papers. One of the things that sort of came forward is just how clearly historically informed Perry's work is. And indeed, while I agree with your interpretation of her Stabat Mater, I think you should also look into the possibility that she's reading medieval and Renaissance commentaries on l'état for some of her word choices. And that sort of brings me to this question. We sort of have this jump. We have New York, and then suddenly we're sort of at the end, we're in the 60s with Black Power, but it strikes me this is not the moment where we have a radical history. This is a much longer tradition through Du Bois, Carter Woodson, John Hope Parker, C.R.L. James, and I'm curious, have you found evidence that she's following this dissident line of history before it becomes manifest in the works?
I have not. And so absent finding some more sources that sort of show in some way how her her social, political, historical thoughts sort of developed through that period, I think it sort of has to remain speculative and sort of cautious. But as far as, we don't have her personal library. We don't know what she was reading. So that's sort of, I guess, my answer to that. And to your first point about the Stabat Mater, well taken, and I will do that.
Yeah, I also have not come across anything. But I think when you, like I said, in her interview, she doesn't talk about race. She typically talks about her gender before she speaks about her race, and typically it's not about race at all. Because I know there's where she doesn't use Julia because it's a female name, not because it obviously Julia does not sound Black, but it's she's saying oh, I'm a female, so that's why I don't use Julia on some of my compositions very early on. But it seems Julia was placed in a very particular place that a lot of Black Americans may have not been placed since she was in the middle class. And like we've been saying, her family was in a very particular spot politically as well, as they were wealthy, as they occupied a very different space than a lot of other people. And so it may have been shamed for her to follow those ideologies that may have radicalized her because their life was so, how do you say it, of the bourgeoisie. This is something that maybe it was shied away, and maybe that's why when she did turn radical, it was very aggressive. It's oh God, I want to say like a Hotep change. But it was extremely drastic compared to people who their whole lives may have been involved with this type of thought.
And I think that is a great point to bring us to a full circle for our day. Thank you so much to. I think our future research on Julia Perry is in great hands to start with by hearing these papers that are beginning to move us from, as I said, from biographical to now let's going deeper into who Julia Perry was and how the environment and culture affected the work that she did. Thank you so much to these two, as well as every speaker today. It's been such a rich and full day listening to and engaging with all of the words and the thoughts about Julia Perry, and I can't wait until the concert this evening. So that is to remind us that at 6 p.m. there is a concert, but before 8 p.m. Woo! Sorry, 8 p.m. My brain. 7:30. Oh, I'm really wrong. Let me try that again. 7:30, there's a concert tonight. But before I do that, I did also want to say that this is the last of our academic sessions for this festival. But I wanted to bring up that there's a festival going on in Boston. When is that? So we go to St. Louis on September 27th, 28th, and we go to Boston on the 29th. There's some things happening in Ann Arbor, Michigan. March 25th, on her birthday, we're actually doing a concert of her songs. My African-American class is doing songs, piano works, and some things with oboe. And then there's also a new music concert in Ann Arbor. So her music is continuing to be celebrated throughout this year. I want to bring James over to help conclude. This has been just a wonderfully rich day. He's been running back and forth conducting some things with the instrumentalist for tonight, so we haven't had him all day, but it's just been such a delight to plan this symposium. And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the presenters who answered the call when I said, can you please come and talk?
Thank you so much. So this is just an invitation to all the other concerts. Tonight at 7:30, I know that many of you are joining us. If you don't have tickets yet, please do join us and send a last-minute text to friends. It's a big hall, and we've got an extraordinary program with world premieres. Will Liverman will be singing Six Contrasts for baritone and piano. You do not want to miss this performance of the Pastoral, which is going to be gorgeous with Ash playing, as well as a wonderful ensemble, and the wind quintet is extraordinary. So you have to hear all these concerts tomorrow for the side-by-side. If you send a note to info@experientialorchestra.com, we're happy to welcome you to be a part of that or to witness it. Just send us an email. And similarly for the McDowell event, we're happy to invite all our speakers and anybody in this room to that event. Finally, on Saturday, our Alice Tully season finale of our festival. Please join us for that concert featuring Curtis Stewart and Louise Toppin performing the music of Perry, along with 160 other people on stage. But the real reason I wanted to speak, and Louise, thank you for asking me to say goodbye, can we please give a huge round of applause to Dr. Louise Toppin for organizing today. So let's keep the celebration going with your new friends at dinner, and we'll see you tonight. Thank you.